Humphrey, am I in meeting on the cell or? How are ya?
You won't have to, if it's what if you want to.
Good
No,
morning.
he's here though.
Yes.
I thought there was-
I'm running this. Thank you.
No, I said, do we get
Or
it?
we're running this.
Yeah.
Thank you. So anyways, good morning, folks. Thanks for everyone coming out at 8 a.m. on a Saturday. So I want to welcome everybody to the joint meeting with the BOS and the Budget Committee to review the budgets of 2021. So if I could ask everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I just got one thing, it doesn't have anything to do with the budgets, but I just wanted to mention one thing on the census. We got 1 week left on census, filling out your census, and they're very, very important. We get money from the government on bridges and schools and roads and free hot lunches, whatever it may be. So they're very, very important, and the town of Milton, unfortunately, hasn't done a very good job this year filling out their census. So I just wanted to throw it out there. I know this was going to be live today, and hopefully it can get out to a few people, and So anyways, that's my throw there. Humphrey, do you have anything you?
Well, we gotta bring the meeting to order.
Okay.
So I'll let you start and then we'll go.
All right. Well, I'll bring the BOS meeting to order at 8:07. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
And there you go.
You don't wanna- All right, and and for the budget committee, I'm gonna do a roll call, starting from the corner,
Larry Brown.
Lisa Gattro?
Danielle Marie.
Peg Heard.
and Humphrey Williams, so we have a
Maria.
quorum. I'm sorry, and, well, I know Claudine's on both, and I didn't mean to miss you. Absent is, Mike Bulio right now, Amy. I do have to make a quick announcement though, too. With regret, I received a resignation email from Mr. McDougal. And Tom's gonna be sorely missed. He has so many things going between his master's degree and work and everything else right now, and with what's going, with all the extra he's gotta take care of at home too. He regretted that he is gonna have to resign at this time. Tom's done a lot for the town, and like I said, with regret that I accept his resignation. So Ernie will be advertising to look for a replacement too, so.
Don't we have to vote on accepting his resignation?
Yeah,
No.
I hadn't gone for that yet, but I'm gonna call for a roll call vote on the acceptance of the resignation of Mr. McDougal, starting from the corner.
With regret, Larry Brown.
Unfortunately.
Well, okay, you got Lisa Gattro,
Danielle Marie. Yes.
Peg Heard with great regret, big regret, lots of regret.
and Humphrey Williams, we do accept it, and like everyone else says, Tom will be missed. Thank you, Tom, for all your time. All right, I'm all set, Andy.
Okay. So we'll just move right forward here. We will just start right with the TA and just go right through it. Is that how you want to do it?
Yeah, I just want to make one more thing, Andy, and I know Lisa, you're new to this, and Danielle, and Claudine. The goal today isn't to solve the budget and come up with a final budget. The goal today is to go through the presentations, ask the questions, any of the questions of the department heads, and our meetings after this will be where we will finalize the budget. So,
Yep.
please
Perfect.
be free to answer the questions, but remember, we're not trying to get to the bottom line today.
Yeah. No, more or less, well, I'll just reiterate it. I should have said it, I apologize, but we're just here to just hear these budgets and talk about them, answer questions, and then the budget committee will, Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
All right, so we'll move right forward with the TA.
All right, I'll tell you right now, that got unplugged, so I'm trying to get the overhead going with you.
Okay,
I'll give you a chance to try to do that.
no worries.
These key ones, these are the ones that you wait on some of the last lists. You don't remember, you've been through it.
Oh, yeah, I got it too. Same individual. Why it's not closed from October 1st, October 15th. Yeah, I'm gonna ask that question.
All right, well, I am having trouble with this. I don't know if anybody, you wanna give it a try? I know you started with the,
Never got anything
It won't have,
explaining.
it's a valid question. Any of that stuff can affect it. Yes, it's not a budget piece directly.
well, if you go into page 3 or so, that's the actual start of the PowerPoint, and I'll just go through that. What I had done is I put together in this first slide just a graph of what the budgets are looking like. And Andy, if you want me to hold on and wait, if we can get this thing rolling, I'll wait.
So, Ernie, the one thing is we're trying to make this live for the public to see. If we're just looking at a blank screen, they're not getting what they need out of it either, so it should take a few extra moments to get that ready.
I go good?
Yeah, I'll wait if we can get it going, that's great. If not, we'll move along.
You know, reboot this whole thing.
Okay, I got it.
Oh, all right, cool. Good job, Blake. All right. So with the first slide, I just wanted to give you an idea of what has happened with the budget since 2015. And I tried to, because there had been questions about how much, what unassigned fund balance was and how much was used toward the tax rate and so forth. I just wanted to illustrate that, and on there also indicates whether the budgets were passed or default budgets. That was a list we put together last year. But as you see, in 2015, you had a budget of 3.9 million. We went up to 4.4 by 2017, and both those budgets passed. And there was one default in between in 2016. 2018, that was a high year. We went to $4.6 million, and in that year, you used a total of about $757 of fund balance to buy down the tax rate in the form of both voting for warrant articles and what was used at tax rate reduction, the tax setting. So if you look at 2015 for the unassigned fund balance, I didn't didn't use any during the town meeting, for the vote, to buy down the cost of any of the warrant articles. In 2016, the same thing, you didn't use anything for the warrant articles, but you used $770,000 at the time of the tax rate setting. We go to 2017, and you were 601,500 was the total, and then you go up from there. The highest was in 2016, but 2018 was the next highest, where there was $257,000 that was used to vote for warrant articles, and then $500,000 used at tax rate setting. And then 2019 default budget, I voted $243,500, and then to use for tax reduction $225,000. All of these are taken off the tax rate setting sheets from the state, and I can provide photocopies if people want them. And then in 2020, there were 60,000 warrant articles voted, and because the tax rate has not been set yet, there's a $0 amount set to that. That'll happen sometime in mid to the end of November, once CRA gets all the information they need. So you've been going down since 2018, and of course you've had 2 default budgets as well, both in 2019 and in this year. So the goal of both of these boards has been stated is to get the budget down below the default budget for this year coming up, because you know that that's what it's going to take to pass a budget. And so that's what everybody here has done, and it has been a painful process. It's not one that anybody liked, I dare say. And I think, it's been tough because everybody with the selectmen's budget is coming, has worked to cut parts of the budget that they didn't want to. So it's been a team effort, and it's been a hard team effort for people. And we're here before the budget committee with the selectmen's budget. So I'll start off with administration. This pie chart shows you the percentages of what each one is spent out of the administration budget. Professional and contract services is 44.5%, the largest. The payroll and payroll taxes is the second at 37%, and then we go down, utilities. You think that's a weird one to be at as large a number it is, but that's street lighting. There's $1 in there for water, and there's various other smaller parts of it that you'll be able to look at. This year, this is my contract. I'm in the second year of my contract. I started March 15th, 2019. And my contract is 3% per year increase from the base, and but during that same time, the agreement was to work toward me paying the full amount that everybody else does for health insurance. I came from the community to pay 10%. You folks have the employees pay 20%. So that's what's ratcheting up during that part. So the net, I'm not sure what the net percentage is, but between the increase and the deduct for the increase in health insurance, that's what I make right there. So that in-line increase is $4,307. Salary part-time, we just put $1 in it to keep the line open. Now we have salary for elected officials. That's the stipend that the selectmen get for serving in their positions. The contract phone stipend, the selectmen pay me $480 a year to use my phone for business, which is listed on the website, on my cards and everything, and people do use it. Social Security, that's up by down by $671. I think there was just an error last year in computing the Social Security, because with the salary going up, you think that would go up as well. Then the payroll tax for Medicare is up $118, so $1,437. Town administrator training, we reduced that line by $400 to $500, and that's to attend annual conferences if required, and it requires some training for people. Our legal services, we're leaving flat at $32,500. Had some discussions with them just about pricing, and, this past year, we've gone through a lot, of legacy issues, trying to get things straightened out, and some, we looked at ordinances and all kinds of, things to that effect, and, so we've utilized legal a lot. Even for the last town meeting, we did the leases for the solar farm and all that, there was a lot of back and forth between council and the people at Atlantis Energy. Well, we're leaving that flat, and we're hoping in the third year, which is what they said during their interviews, that they'd be able to give us a not to exceed based on the activity for the first 2 years. Contract services, there's a list of contract services in here. We use checkmate payroll services. They've been in place for a year at this point, and they're about $12,800. That, there are supports of the contract where they send out W-2s and those kinds of things that, cause our monthly payment to be higher in a couple of months during the year, but that's a number that will cover it all. Stonehill Municipal Services is, Joanne Smith, she does our accounts payable for us, and, that's $24,187 per year. The computer firm that we work with that covers us, with online, phone service or remote service, and also they come on site when they have to, with no charge from the labor, but they do charge for parts for those things. Valance and Heath, there are auditors, that figure the 19-13 is what it will be with their increase this year. Seacoast Business Machines is our copier. American Security Fire Alarms, that's the fire alarm, and Northeast Security Alarms is actually the cameras that we have set up around Town Hall. Harris Computer is Mini Smart, that's our financial software. That's what we use for all the accounting, for accounts payable, payroll, and other functions that we have. There's several modules. The Crystal Rock Water is the bottled water in the back room. Civic Plus is the website that the town entered into an agreement with a couple of years ago. That is $4,000. Then we have Office 365 subscriptions for those computers in Town Hall that were replaced last year with the unanticipated revenue we got from the state. And then there's a LinkedIn membership that was also part of my contract that costs $700 a year. Any questions on that? Legal notices and ads.
Hey, Ernie, before you go, I didn't know if you wanted the questions when you were done, or if you wanted it under the time when you're going to the contract services. My only question in dealing with it right now is between legal and this, is, you had made notes when you sent us the information that, you had roughly $8,330 moved from between professional services, supplies, training and that, and you said it was being moved to legal services, according to your notes.
Right. Well, so.
But legal services didn't go anywhere. So.
Right, that was before, when we had done the original budget. We went back this last couple of Fridays ago, the select board met, and we had to look at how we were going to cut areas of the budget that were not payroll or positions related, because that just hurt the goal of trying to get below the full budget, and also hurt the ability to do some certain things. Of course, Pat can talk to that when he gets up, because it involved the transfer station, possibly closing it for a day, and getting rid of personnel that would allow for effective plowing, that sort of thing. So what we did was we distributed some of these things, and this is what we ended up with as far as that and the legal, because there were, I think we did increase it by maybe $3,000 to $5,000.
Yeah, it went up 3,087, but again, my question was, you said you moved 8,330, but only 3,000 went. Did you just cut the other part of it?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, if
well,
you
it's,
look at-
I didn't have any other notes, that's why I'm
Yep,
I'm
so-
asking the question. I'm only
So if you
going
look
by
at
what
it-
you had given us.
Yeah, if you look at the budget, that you have in hand there, the one that
Okay.
passed out this morning.
Okay.
Now, the general spreadsheet for the entire thing, if you look at those lines, you'll see, where there's been, an amount, cut a total of about 1,012 from the overall budget from last year,
Mhm.
and then comparing it to the default budget, so it's a larger amount, it's about 12,000.
Yeah, that's fine. I was, like I said, I was just looking at the individual lines, cause you had given me notes saying you moved them to legal, but if they were just cut, I wanna understand that, that's all.
So it is. So,
Okay.
legal note, did I hear something?
No, no,
Okay.
no, sir.
Legal notices and ads, that's 900, just pay for legal notices for public hearings, like the ordinance amendments we did last year, sale of tax deeded properties and other related items like that. Professional services, this one includes, background checks for new hires, when just needed, Seacoast Ready Fair, again, if that's needed. Recording secretary, and actually, speaking of which, wanted to introduce Amy, Winslow White, she's actually, been hired to take the minutes for both the budget committee and the board of selectmen, and, so that's part of that budget. And then we have just miscellaneous for $3,000. And then
What is that
street
for?
lighting, we went from 18,000 to 17,000, that was just based on what we have been spending over the past few years. The water bills, $1 to keep it open, Public Works carries that one, I believe, for the town.
Mm.
Telephone and internet, we went from $54.38 to $5,200, down $238.
So, before you go further, back on the professional services, you said miscellaneous is broken down to 300, or 3,000, sorry, what does that entail?
Well, it's something that might come up during the course of the year, some of these projects that we've ended up getting that, we're still working on. We have, MS4, which is something that, the town is behind on, and we're trying to get RFPs for a firm to take over more of that, so that's one example.
Wouldn't miscellaneous charges go to the miscellaneous line?
Well, not if they're professional services, I don't think. I mean, we put it in there just in case we needed to use somebody from a professional standpoint, like an engineer or something to that effect. Okay. So, printing and copies, didn't change that line for annual report, voting guides, sign envelopes, labels, and those kinds of things. Then we have, supplies, we went from 4760 to 4260, with a decrease of 500. Postage, we stayed the same, 2064. And, vehicle fuel did go up because, building activity has picked up, iron has been using more, so we did, go up in that line to cover that. And then vehicle maintenance, so the car is getting older this year, I believe we pretty much just spent that on maintenance for that car, new tires and so forth, but, we're keeping it at the same just because the vehicle's, older. Vehicle registration, again, $12, and, I guess that could be put in the vehicle, maintenance fund, it's been here, I guess, for a while. Equipment purchase, we went from 2,300 down to 1,900, just based on historical expenditure. The equipment lease, the town hall copier lease is $34.44 per year, taking into account paper use and, use of color printer. And we have copier insurance at $16 a month, and then included in this line is the postage meter leased through Pitney Bowes. We went from, mileage and travel down to $350 from $750, with a decrease of $400. And then membership dues, we went from $42.88 to $41.83. That includes these different organizations. One of them's got a name that's really long. It's called the New Hampshire Public Employer Human Resources Administrators. and that was $30, and the other one was, $2,953 for membership in New Hampshire Municipal Association. Employee functions, if we have a cookout again at the pavilion like we've done a few times, well, we've done once since I've been here, and I understand before, just employee appreciation activities. Bank charges, if we get the bounce check charges or anything like that, that would go toward that. And then miscellaneous, we've got funeral flowers, for employees, families, meetings, refreshments for meetings, there's plaque or certificate to be had. We do that there. There hasn't been a lot spent out of that, for better or worse, and we increased that by $525. So overall, the decrease for the, I should say decrease there, that's fine, sorry about that, is $1,012, or minus 0.35%. So this budget is less than both last year's appropriation and the 2021 projected default budget, by a total of $13,951 there at this point. And that's that.
Okay. I'm all set. Any questions from the budget committee? All right, thank you, Ernie.
Introduce Kathy Wallingford, to come up and do assessment.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Wallingford, and I am the head of the assessing department. The first thing in my budget is going to be my salary line. Whoops. Ernie, you doing something wrong?
That could be me. I don't know how
You make a lot of money. Alright, so, okay. Okay, sorry. Okay, the first line is gonna be for my salary, which does show an increase, and these are results from changes that were implemented in 2018 and 2019. This is the social security line, which is, set by the government, and it's a 6.2, which is based against the salary line. And 225 is Medicare, again, it's a government, standard, 1.45 for the, Medicare. The next line is training. We did decrease it, but I wanted to leave some money in there, as it says that, I probably will be retiring next year, and somebody new coming in will have to receive some sort of training. So, there is $100 in there for that. 330 is the Register of Deeds. The registry is for recording purposes, for copies of deeds, that we receive from the registry, to transfer the properties for the property tax billing. My computer system is what supplies the land use for the building permit program. It also, supplies all the information to the tax collector's office for billing purposes. There's $500 in that line. I'm hoping next year that might go down. There was quite a few changes to the Registry of Deeds in 2019, 2020. And I think, towns, cities, and the registry have, they've got it working quite well. I do think it's gonna be beneficial to all towns and cities. Next one is legal notices. I did decrease that line by $75 because we have so much media out there now for us to, put up notices. But sometimes there is a legal requirement to post something, in the papers, so I did leave a little in that line to keep the line open. Software support is for, our update by Avatar. Avatar does come in each year and update the programs that I use for the property tax, assessing records. We also have to have an update to the MS1, which is a form that we have to supply the DRA every year when we're getting ready to set the tax rate. And when there's been changes to, it could be the veterans exemptions, it could be to any of the tax rate setting program that needs to be changed and updated from the state. We have to update it, and Avatar does do all the updating for the programs, and matter of fact, there was one this year, so.
Can we ask questions now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just looking at the expense report, Kathy,
Yeah,
and you haven't spent
Spent any
anything in
They-
with Avatar,
yeah.
do they just come in once a year?
yes,
Okay.
and I will be receiving that bill, it'll be like November, December, a lot of times it has to be encumbered so we can get it paid, but I could call them and they will tell me they ain't got it done yet, so,
Okay,
I
thank
won't
you.
be receiving that till the end of the year.
Thank you.
The next one is professional services.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
Larry.
Larry, I'm sorry.
Regarding, things have settled out for what I will delicately call earlier problems with the accuracy of assessment.
Yes.
Has the services of have the services of Avatar solved the problems of abatements properly or improperly claimed?
We are working on the remaining abatements for 2019. We've just finished them up now. They have made corrections. They have a little different procedure than the previous assessing firm, but I do think we're moving forward with the new firm. They're very, because it is their program, so I do feel that they have adapted very well to going out and making corrections to what appeared to be a problem by the previous ones. And I think a lot of it had to do with the fact of understanding the appraisal program that was in the system.
Thank you.
Okay. So on the professional services also, we went from having a survey company update the maps, which is mandated by the state yearly, for any changes that takes place within the town for corrections on maps, street names, merges, subdivisions. If people have their property surveyed, they can supply us with a copy of the survey and a correction will be made. We're under the GIS. It is up a little bit from the previous year. One thing that takes place each year too, you have to look at how many changes that have been made, because your costs can go up and down accordingly. We did go through a slow period where there was very little development. We are starting to change that. There's a lot of things out there on the table, it hasn't all taken place yet. But there will be, I think you will see in the future a change to that line also, because to update the GIS, which I really feel is very helpful to all departments, not just the assessor. And what is out online now for the public to review, it is a lot better than just looking at a copy of the maps that we provide in here. So that would be the increase for that line.
Now Kathy, on that note,
Yep.
where this is a contractual item, and this is both for you and for Ernie, why wouldn't that increase the default if it's contractual? It still shows the default is $1,000, but you're saying it's now gonna be 2,000, and it's a contractual item, that should increase the default.
Well, we certainly can put that in there if we need to.
Yeah,
If it's
I
not
mean,
shown.
again, any of the contractual stuff, there's a few in here that we've got that I'll be
Yeah, I
addressing,
think
so.
we just, missed it. I mean, anything you point out, I appreciate.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you. Then next is the contracted assessor, which is for the Avatar company to come in and do our cycle work each year. Because every 5 years we do, by state mandate, have to have a revaluation. It is at a much less expense to the town to do a cycle every year for the 5 years, as well as the reval the first year. If you come in and did a town-wide revaluation in 1 year, the price would be astronomical, and I haven't seen that done in any towns or cities probably for over 25 years. Most of them who run on this, or they have their own in-house assessor. I they haven't, provided us with a new contract yet, but I did talk to them prior to doing the budget, and they told me they saw no reason that there would be an increase this year, so I went with the same figure. So there's no increase in that line. Printing, we do very little printing now outside of, the building. Most of the stuff we can do, we can meet our own needs here within the building with our own copiers. So I brought that down to $25. About the only thing I might have to purchase would be, or next year, for if there's a new person in my department, a business card for them. Supplies, I've made no changes there, it's $400. Basically, my biggest cost in the supply line would be, I have 2 printers, and it would be for the ink cartridges for the 2 printers. Next one is postage. Postage is, there for sending out any kind of, correspondence I have to do with any of the residents in the town. It's also to send out applications or replies to, individuals for, exemptions or tax credits. We also by law are supposed to every 5 years do what we call a certification of current use. Timber, that's for billing and that, the exemptions, we have to certify them every 5 years. Example is the elderly exemption. When they first apply for it, they do have to provide us with a lot of personal information of finances and everything. Unless there's a reason that we feel that there could be a problem, we can look at it again, but every 5 years we do make them provide us with new information, make sure they still qualify, because the exemptions are pretty good size, and it's spread out equally among the other taxpayers. Equipment maintenance, I really don't have any major maintenance. I have, printers that are probably 15 years old. It would definitely be cheaper to replace it than it would be to repair them. So I really don't have, much in that line, but I did leave $1 in there to keep the line open. Equipment purchase, I did, decrease that also. About the only piece of equipment I believe that you might have to purchase next year would be a calculator for the desk. And I left $100 in the line there for that. Mileage, I left it at the 50 because if we have some training and the person does have to travel, there'd be some money in there to pay, their travel expenses. Membership and dues is what we pay to the state for the assessing association, which is it's good that we belong to it. And I did decrease it by $10 because each year, so far, it's only been 20. And the last line is miscellaneous, and of course, that's for anything that the budget lines would not cover that we could put there, so the following year, we could create a new line for it. I left $1 in that to keep the line open. Hi.
Hi, quick question.
Yes.
Equipment purchase, calculators and slide rules? Like real slide rules?
That was just to see if you were reading.
I read and I know what a slide rule is.
Let me back that up.
Yeah. No, you don't have it on there.
Oh.
No, it's
It's in one of your
the
notes, in the
I'm
note.
just curious.
Okay.
You guys use slide rules?
No, I would, no.
That's me.
That's you? You
Yeah.
use them? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, I just,
Okay.
totally
No, the
curious.
only thing that I could see would be, like I said, it would be a calculator for the
Yeah.
desk, which is important.
More important than a slide rule.
Yes, it is, for me anyways. Are we all set?
Sorry, thank
They're
you.
all set, thank you,
All right,
Becky.
thank you.
Just a quick question
Yep.
here. Did you guys wanna get through the big 3 and then, cause those are the ones that have the most questions probably, and then we'll go through all the other
Yeah, the
ones?
order, that's fine, I have no problem.
Okay, so, who's up on next on the
Whoever you wanna pick.
big 3? I guess, PD actually.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
We
good.
need another set of the police police and the fire.
I got it right here. But just the police one right now.
Pardon?
I said, I've only got the police one right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, yeah, two things for me. Yep.
I believe I'm missing page 6.
Of which,
Oh, here.
on the
here,
expenditure report? Oh.
I don't know if that's in page 6 or not.
Not on the
So,
back.
opposite side?
It's on the back side?
Yep, this one has it.
Yeah, we're all set at the moment, Larry, but that's okay, yeah. That's no problem.
Oh, yeah, 'cause yours is single-sided.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is page 9. How's that? Page 9, page 6.
Hey, Rich.
Page 6 and
I keep crossing my legs and the whole thing keeps falling.
Sit still. Don't be so antsy.
Just
Okay,
getting
wanna make
comfy.
sure.
I hear you.
Question, is this 2019, is that when they changed over to the current of the Avatar? Just wanted, that's what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure, thank you.
Oh, hey, Rich, one other, did you go back and adjust the default? Like we talked, you said you had one officer that was gonna, that's gonna, remember we were talking about, I says, cause part of your first, what is it, the first 3 years, it would adjust your default budget if they were within the first 3 years? Any salary increases?
I
Okay, I didn't know if there, I didn't know how much of a change would have been.
It's minimal.
Okay. I know, in honesty, I don't need it. It's just more paper for me for the.
Great.
Alright, so, that one can go under there.
All set?
Everybody else all set? All right, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So the 2021 police department budget, as you can see, about 85% of our budget is personnel, based on usually mostly salaries, retirement, and FICA and Medicare. First line we'll go over is full-time salaries. Full-time salaries this year decreased by $11,753.40. We are not decreasing a position. My expectation is that the hiring freeze that is currently in place until January 1st is either going to continue through March, or even if it doesn't continue through March and they allow, the Board of Selectmen allows me to hire on January 1st, we're going to have to start a process on January 1st. With the expectations that I'm reading between the lines that are gonna come from the state, we're going to have a lot more things we're going to have to do for our hiring process, which is going to extend the time frame on the hiring process. Normally, if it's a uncertified person, we're looking at about 60 days. If it's a certified person, we're looking at about 45 days to get that person through the entire process and hired anyways. So after Pat and I had a good conversation, we thought that if we aren't going to be able to fill that position anyways, take that funding for those 3 months out of my budget. It does not remove the position from the budget. I'm just not going to use that money towards funding that position. So if I'm not gonna use the money to fund the position, then I'll take it out of the budget for that short period of time. The full-time position still stays in the budget, so that's why you see that that change does not come out of the default budget, because technically I can still fill that position, and if the default budget passes, then it's still filled for the whole year anyways. And the position is still a full-time position for the whole year. My thought is where I'm not expecting to fill it until that point, I'm not gonna ask you to fund it. Obviously, that can cause some headaches for the police department. If for some reason we need to backfill those positions and we overexpend our overtime budget next year, some of that money would have been used to cover that over expenditure of overtime. If we don't have that at the end of the year, then we're going to be looking for money in other portions of the town. We're going to be coming back to the selectmen saying, we need to find this money somewhere, because we can't just, the police department is in a position where we can't just shut the doors down and say, sorry, we're not responding to your calls, and we can't just, on a domestic call, because the officer's about to go on overtime, say, sorry, my clock just ended, I have to leave now. We don't have that ability. On the next page, you'll see the breakdown of the salaries that go into that line. These are hourly salaries. You'll see that position 308, which is the current open position. You'll see the January through June, you'll see the decrease in that line, which is where the savings comes from. So the total for that line for the year is $460,798.28. Does anyone have questions on that line? Part-time salary line, this covers for the part-time officer, the singular currently filled part-time. We do have 2 part-time positions, only one is currently filled, and for the police fire chaplain position. This line has no change for the year. Does anyone have questions on this line? Administrative assistant, this line has a 2% increase in it, going from $46,800 to $47,268 for a $468 increase. This is a 6-month increase from July 1st until December 31st, and like I said, it is a 2% increase. Retention and longevity, there is no change in this line. Retention and longevity line has been in our budget since 2009. From 2009 till 2014, all employees got it. As of 2014, when the Warren article passed and corrected the wages for the police officers, it was changed so that only the civilian full-time administrative assistant continued to get out of this line. Any questions on this line? Chief salary line, 2020 is $83,408, and in 2021 is going to be $84,240 for an $832 increase. This is a 2% increase for 6 months of the year. Anyone have questions on this one? PD grant, there is no change in PD grant. This is a matching grant line. If we get a grant, the grant that I use this line the most for is our bulletproof vest line, which next year we have 5 that are due. So at $868 per vest, this usually pays for about half. The grant pays for about half of the vest, so the town has to come up with the other half. Obviously, we have to pay for it up front, and then we request the money back from the federal government, and as long as we are approved for the grant, they match it and they give us that money back. So we have to have this line in place to be able to have that matching ability, to have that money roll back into the town's budgets afterwards. We can use this for other grants that we may have to have matching items for as well. But like I said, normally I use this for the bulletproof vest grant. That's the easiest example I can give you right now. FICA went up.
So the bulletproof vests are they're dated, they have an expiration date,
They have a 5-year shelf life, yes.
and is this regulated by state or,
Manufactured warranty is the 5-year shelf life.
so it's not it's not mandated by the state at all?
No. But the last thing I'm gonna do is put one of our officers on the road with
Not even going down that road?
with something that's out of date, so. Can they still offer the protection? Yes, but once they hit their shelf life, I get rid of them. FICA and Medicare, this went up $29.02. It changed with salaries for the administrative assistant and the part-time one.
Quick question, it's part-time salary and administrative assistant, so the police officers pay into the New Hampshire retirement, they do not pay into social security?
Correct.
Okay.
That was the one I was mentioning the other night in our meeting,
Okay.
that's why it was different, so.
Thank you.
Medicare went down $79.07 from $9,132.80 to $8,936.44. This is again changes in wages, change in the salary line, decreases. Retirement for this year also decreases by $3,104.95 from $160,760.19 to $157,655.3. You can see the breakdown on the retirement costs. This is what they break down for the first 6 months of the year. This is what they break down for the second half of the year, and the total amount for retirement. Retirement this year is still at 28.43%.
Then you know it's going to stay there for next, I mean, either way, it doesn't matter,
We
because
haven't heard-
if it goes up, the default goes up with
Right.
it, so.
We haven't heard of a change for next year.
Okay.
The expectation is that there's probably going to be a change for 2022, but we have
Okay.
not heard anything yet as to whether or not that change has been set in stone yet or not.
Yeah, because I know you guys have been getting it bounced around the last few years.
Correct. We had a decrease a couple of years ago by 1%, but I don't know if we're going to continue to see the decreases or if they're going to jump us back up that 1%. We'll have to wait and see after this year ends.
Okay.
Police department training. So this line did not change. It's $5,000. With saying that this line did not change, I am only not changing this line just to keep my budget as close to default as I can possibly do. Anybody who's been paying attention to the news media and the governor's council knows that this line is probably going to triple due to the fact that the requested training that they are requiring or going to be requiring as of January 1st is going to triple. Currently, our required training is 8 hours. The required training that looks like it's coming down and going to be handed down to us is going to be 24 hours a year per officer. So I've tried to take some steps already this year to find ways to make it a little bit cheaper for the town and to try and find alternative ways to training other than having to send the officers out to training. Unfortunately, with the COVID situation this year, the academy has offered 0 classes. So we've had to do online training classes, which the online training class that we were able to find was $225 per officer for an 8-hour online training class. That's a significant cut into our training line, which we normally use that training line for ammunition, for training supplies, and then if we have to send an officer to an outside training, like evidence room collection or evidence room management type training classes or supervisor training classes outside of the state. The other thing that I've also done is I have signed us up with LexiPro, which is better known as Police One Academy, and we will now be using Police One Academy to do training as well. So that is another accepted training through the police academy that allows us to do those things. But to do 24 hours of that type of training is anybody who's done online training to sit in front of a computer for 24 hours, even in a year, over extended periods of time or extended days, for law enforcement, it's not the best type of training. It's not hands-on. It's not the best abilities, but it is what we have at our disposal right now, so that's what we are going to use. The yearly cost that's going to be for that is $800 or $850 or $900 a year to be part of that Police One Academy. So that is something that we are starting and going to start using now, so that way we can keep up with getting extra training to the officers and hopefully keep the costs as low as I can keep them. But if we go from 8 hours a year mandated training to 24 hours a year mandated training, it's not just the training cost of finding the class if it's not offered at the academy. The cost is filling the position, sending the officer to the academy. You're usually paying overtime to do that. Then you have to backfill his shift, so you're paying more overtime to do that. So we're paying almost double overtime just to do that because we only have 8 guys when we're at full staff. Right now we're at 6, and to be able to send somebody to 24 hours of training, we would be spending huge amounts of overtime just to cover that. These are things that are coming down. We don't have any change. We don't have any say to stop those things. I can see them coming. Once they come, we have to find a way to fund them.
Craig's got a question.
A quick question, if the state is mandating 24 hours, should that not be in the default budget?
I don't believe it's going to be a state mandate through state RSA. I believe, and this is my opinion, this is not anything that is set in stone, but my expectation is that they're going to try to do this through police academy mandates and police academy guidelines and rules. So when they do it through police academy guidelines and rules, those fall in my lap. So the penalties fall on me as the chief of police for the department when my officers don't meet those standards.
Look,
Yeah. They don't necessarily fall as a mandate to the town. They fall as a mandate to the police chief, and the police chief is the one that has to answer to those mandates from those rules because he or she is the one that is bound by those rules from the police academy. So it wouldn't ultimately fall as an unfunded mandate when it's handed down from the state, because it is a police academy guideline, not a state law. If the training is changed through a guideline and not through a state law, it wouldn't necessarily fall as an unfunded mandate. And that is, again, solely my opinion.
is there any way of checking with someone, anyone? Maybe the attorney or whatever?
It would have to be,
Alright.
you can't really check with someone right now because they'd have to pass something
Okay,
first before
alright,
you
so they
can put
haven't
it in
done
front of an
anything.
attorney.
Okay.
Right now, I'm just reading what they're putting through at the law enforcement committee, the governor's law enforcement committee, and reading what they're putting out and reading their write-ups. My expectation is that's where it's gonna go in, is it's gonna go into academy rules and not, into a state law mandated 24 hours.
Alright, thank you, I just seemed like triple.
Well, it's not just gonna be here, it's gonna be across the
It's gonna be
country, the
across
way
the
things are going, and once that happens, if it becomes a federal mandate, that becomes another issue, so.
Thank you.
So is there any whisper of the state, contributing any of these? You said it's gonna triple, it's gonna be $5,000, $15,000 you anticipate. There's no whisper of anything coming from the state, it being state mandated?
Well, the academy is going to, obviously the academy is going to have to put in more classes. They're going to have to find a way to put in more classes.
Right.
But right now, the academy doesn't have the ability to put in more classes. So, as a police chief, I can look at the police academy and know, the police academy's first job is to train my new officers that I send to them. My officers that are already trained and already certified, when I send them up there for secondary training, if they don't have the staff to complete the tasks that they need to complete already, they're not gonna be able to offer us new classes. They're gonna offer, in my opinion, the academy's only going to be offering, or be able to offer, the core classes that they have available to them. And when you get to a point such as myself or my lieutenant or some of my other officers, and you're at 15 or 20 years or even 12 years, you've usually already taken every class you can take at the academy. So now we have to start finding outside classes and start sending officers to outside classes. So some of the classes that we have to send them to are the evidence room management class. That's not offered at the police academy. But when you have a new officer that takes over the evidence room, that's a class you send them to right away. Those classes can range from $200 to $500. So there are a lot more outside classes that we're going to have to find and we're going to have to start using.
And the government is saying that they're, going to start looking into mandating other than just those, the evidence room.
Well, the evidence room isn't a
It's not
mandated
mandated.
class, but as a chief, I can't say to you, if you work for me, I'm gonna make you take over evidence room. We're gonna give you some in-house training, but then we're gonna make you take over evidence room. When there's an actual class that I can send you to, that there's, we'll call them experts in this this field, because they've been doing it for 20 years of taking care of evidence rooms. I can send you to this class and you can get better insight on how to take care of this evidence room. So the evidence room isn't a mandated class, but there are certain classes that are mandated, and on top of those mandated classes, we still have to do the 8 hours on top of the other mandated classes that are still already there every year. So the 8 hours that we currently have is new things. It's not the refreshers that we already have to do, like use of force and those types of classes.
Right, and they're expanding the use of force, training, aren't they?
Correct, yep.
And Rich, to help, and maybe to clarify, if it is provided by the academy and they go to the academy, the training itself is covered, but you'd have to pay for the time the officer.
It's just overtime, right.
Right.
So if we at the state level, in our state, correct the training problems through the academy, and there's more things offered at the academy,
Yeah.
this line doesn't have to change
Right.
at our level, and it definitely doesn't have to triple.
Right.
But if the changes don't happen at the police academy,
Then it's.
and they don't give them more staff to be able to do the training inside of that building, then we are going to see the trickle down here, and we are going to have to then find the money to do
So it
our
falls
own
on the burden of the taxpayer.
Correct. So that's the aspect of it right now, is I am never going to be against offering a ton more training to my police officers. The more training we can give them, the better. But the aspect is, are we going to offer it at the state, like we have in this state for a very long time, which makes us one of the safest states in the country, if not the safest state in the country, because every single cop gets trained the exact same way in one location. That's the best way for us to do it, in my opinion. When we start all fanning out and all finding our own trainings, then in my opinion, so you have Milton trained one way to do something, Farmington trained another way to do something, Middleton trained another way to do something. We start ending up in the problems that we see in a lot of our other states. When we're all trained singularly from the police academy, we have one base of training. And it doesn't have these issues, and we don't see the sways in having the misconducts and the problems that we see in other states. So, in my opinion, there needs to be a push to our legislature and say, especially from these two boards, saying, no, this shouldn't be pushed down on us locals.
Right.
It should be pushed on the state level to make sure the academy is offering, has the staff to offer. Because the academy will offer us anything they can offer us. They just have to have the staff to be able to do it. So, I know as a driving instructor, when I go up there, they are extremely short-handed, and they're doing triple tasks for their staffing. So that is a problem in my eyes, that you have all of them doing these triple tasks when we just need to give them more staff so that they can actually accomplish the task they need to accomplish.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that one?
No, thanks.
So unfortunately, this is another one that's going to increase, or have to increase, hiring and testing. So currently, hiring and testing, if we have to hire 2 officers, the way we currently do our hiring and testing, this is for our psychological exam and for our physical exam for pre-hires. It costs us about $600 for 2 officers. So it's about $300 per officer. My expectation with the Governor's Council on Law Enforcement is that is going to change as well, because we are going to have to start sending them to see a physical psychologist. Currently, we do a mail-in psychology evaluation, and that has been done since I've worked here, and we've never had any issues with it, and it's always come back, in my opinion, with a very well-written and a very well-scaled program. That is a lower cost to the town, but gives us that same, in my opinion, the same aspect of questioning and psychological evaluation on the employee that may be coming forward to us as sending them to someone. My expectation is that's going to change, and we're going to be mandated that we have to send them to sit in a physical room with a psychologist, and that cost is going to, that $500 probably won't even cost one officer just going there, not even covering the physical examination that we have to have done before we go to the academy.
Again, when do we think that might come through? I mean, and it's gonna be, that will be a state mandate.
January 1st.
So, we're doing our budget for January 1st. Can you up this to what you think it's gonna be and put that in the
But again,
default?
I don't know that those are gonna go in place in January 1st. I'm reading what I see come out of this committee, and I'm reading what I see the governor say in Foster's, 2 weeks ago or a week ago, and WMUR a week ago. That he agrees with all of their bullet points and either is going to try to push them through by executive order or by legislative order. So some of the changes are gonna have to go through legislature. Am I against most of the changes? Not at all. The part that I'm against is if it comes down to the taxpayers and to small communities like ours that can't necessarily afford to do all of these things. So, and can't necessarily afford to do all of these things in a singular year.
The one thing that we know is, I mean, it's September now, the closer we get to January, then we may find out, and that may be the time. If it looks like they're gonna increase it and try to put it in our lap, that's when we fight it as a BOS and a budget committee. If it becomes a state mandate, then we're covered, so.
So if it comes to tuition, and worst case scenario, all of these mandates come beginning of next year, where are you gonna find the money for these, Richard?
I'm probably gonna find the money for them the same way I find the money every year. I don't backfill shifts, and I cover shifts as the chief of police. I don't, if you look at my budget this year, if you look at my budget since I've been the chief of police, when I'm shorthanded, I don't kill my officers in putting out double shifts, and I don't do those types of things, because in my opinion, it puts us at a higher liability if I'm killing my officers every week and my officers are working 80 hours every single week to cover shifts that I, as the chief of police, can just run as a singular officer and try to accomplish my administrative stuff and my regular patrol stuff at the same time. That's unfortunately how we'll have to try to find it. But you can only do that for so long until it catches up to you, and then you can't purchase supplies, or you can't purchase different things, or you're just not filling positions. And we're already to the point where we are getting to either calls are taking longer for us to be able to respond to, because we have to delay and wait for mutual aid to come and help us to be able to respond to those calls, because we don't have the double coverage that we need to respond to certain types of calls. Or we have officers responding to those calls that they shouldn't be responding by themselves, and they still are, because they don't want to delay. And then we're coming to the point where at some point we are going to have an officer get severely injured because they're going by themselves to those calls. And so, unfortunately, but that's where we have to stay so that I can stay under my budget every year.
Well, I credit you on where you've been at. As of the end of August, which was the last one we saw, you're 20% under the I mean, your total budget was about 20% under what it could have been at that point, so you have control of that.
And that is because we are two officers
Two
short.
officers short right now, right?
And as Ernie has seen through my tracking of the hours I work, there's about $30,000 in savings from me working those extra shifts.
Right.
I have two aspects that I have to watch when it comes to the budget and overtime. I would love to put the overtime out. Currently, right now, we have shifts available for, there could be 70 hours of overtime every single week to be put out to backfill those shifts. If I put out 70 hours of overtime to backfill those shifts with only 5 officers to fill them, I'm gonna burn out every single one of those officers by the end of October. And so then we have officers in a burnout stage, and we have officers who are absolutely exhausted at the end of every single week and get no recovery.
Right.
The studying on PTSD in law enforcement is, that's when it starts to hit them the worst. Is they start to have traumatic incidents, they're overworking themselves, they're getting no sleep, and then those things start to catch up to us. We have to watch all of those things, and I have to be in front of all of those things and make sure that we are not putting our officers at a higher risk than the job already is.
Absolutely.
So you take on that burden yourself, filling the shifts.
Been doing it for 20 years. I can keep doing it a little bit longer hopefully. So, it is what it is.
Well, I will say, Chief, thanks for being a model employee, but, you know, if it comes to, you know, these, you need to find revenue for these testings, I mean, by all means, come
We have
to
to
the
come.
BOS and, you know.
Well, and when we get to that point, that we know exactly what what exactly the new rules are going to be, the board is going to be the first person I'm going to come to, because we're going to have to change these things.
Yeah, that's fine.
We can't keep stealing from Peter to pay Paul,
No.
in all of these lines, when these are going to be requirements that we're gonna have to take.
Sure.
If we end up like we did in, 2015 or 2016, where we were down to four police officers, and we had to hire 3 or 4 people almost in a year, we're gonna be looking at a $3 or $4, maybe $5,000 line just for pre-hire costs.
Do you do mutual aid to other towns?
Yes.
Does Milton do that?
Yep. Thankfully, we all work very well together. So everybody's in the same boat right now when it comes to hiring. I can tell you right now, we did a hiring process before COVID hit. We sent out 106 letters. We got 9 replies. 1 person showed up to take our physical agility test. So every police department I talk to is getting very similar statistics and very similar amounts of people showing up. There are not a lot of people that want to get into the field of law enforcement right now.
Especially.
But the people that do want to get into the field of law enforcement, we have a high standard on how we're going to hire people. And for me as the chief, I will never hire someone just to fill a spot. They have to meet that standard. I'm not going to decrease our standard just to make it so that I can say, oh, I'm at 8 people, great, we're ready to go. I won't do that. That's against my moral compass, and I would rather work 80 hours a week and make sure that the town is covered the way it's supposed to be than fill a position and put somebody in there that's not suitable for that spot. So we'll continue to move forward. We don't currently even have the written test process that we use. We go through Great Bay Community College. That's been on pause, obviously, for COVID, and we're now starting to talk about how we're going to reopen and restart that. So even if that testing starts again in October, we'll see the test results by the end of October maybe, but then we all have to make a decision. Are we going to bring all these people in again and do a PT test again like we would normally do? Send out 106 or 120 letters, get everybody's letters back, and then bring in, if we get 50 people, bring them all in and do a physical agility test. We have to weigh that problem now as well. So there's going to be a lot of changes that have to happen when it comes to the hiring process and how we're going to do these things. And we're trying to, as chiefs, work together so we're not all fighting for those 10 to 20 people that may be available for us to hire.
Thank you, Chief.
Uniform line, this is $6,000, no change in this line. As I've told you guys for the last couple of years, this line needs to increase, but again, I did not increase it, I just left it where it is. Legal services, this is $14,000. This has not changed again this year. This pays for our agreement with the Stratford County Sheriff's Department to use one of their deputies as our prosecutor. If we didn't have that service, we would be paying either an outside attorney contract, which would be significantly more, I'm guessing, or I would have to take one of my officers off the street to do in-house prosecution that way, and then again, we're even shorter. Contracted services, this went up $293.50 from $23,751 to $24,044.50. This increase is due to the expectation that we're going to see a 5% increase in dispatch services, and we're going to see a 5% increase in IMC licensing services, which is our records management system. You can see here the contracted services that we do pay. All of them have pretty much stayed the same, except for the IMC licensing and the dispatch services. Any questions? Legal ads and notices, this line has no change, still $100. I'm expecting this may change a little bit depending on the hiring processes again, on how we have to send out and notify people of our hiring processes. Veterinary and professional services, this is still set at $100 with no change as well. Police electric, I decreased this by $1,200 down to $6,000. This was decreased based on usage. Pat, do you remember what year we put the LEDs in? 3 years ago now?
Yeah.
So, we did that LED project about 3 years ago, putting LED lighting in all of the police department. We're now starting to see the significant savings in that project. So, I'm hoping that next year I can decrease it again. I'm just not 100% comfortable that we're going to stay at the current usage. Heating stayed at $3,000. We currently have a 1-year agreement with Eastern Propane for propane at $1.40 per gallon. Telephone, this pays for the in-house phones of the police department as well as the 2 cruiser cell phones at $3,700. Printing is $600 for no change this year. Supplies is $6,000, again, no change. Vehicle fuel is $15,000, again, no change. If you're looking at the expenditure report, you'll see a significant lack of use in the fuel line, I guess we'll call it. But it's due to the situation of the year. It's not due to lack of patrolling. We decreased our ability, or our officers' ability, to do a lot of traffic enforcement for probably 3 months due to the COVID risks, and the information that was given to us about the COVID risks to the officers. So I put out a standard that they were to only be making traffic stops for high risk traffic stops. And so that decreased our traffic stops significantly. So that will decrease your fuel usage because you're only using the cruiser to respond to high-level emergencies at high speeds. Otherwise, you're just doing regular patrol like you and I would do in our personal vehicles when you're driving around. The cruiser isn't accelerating, coming back down to 0, high idles, or anything like that. So it's not using the high levels of fuel, and the cruiser is actually getting the best gas mileage that car would ever get.
You still using that program?
Yes, we're still using the WEX program. Vehicle maintenance is $6,000. There's no change to that line either. I don't believe the expenditure report shows all of the costs for vehicle maintenance this year. Unfortunately, we've had an uptick significantly in vehicle maintenance this year. I don't have the bill back completely for the boat, but we just had to spend about $1,600 on the boat because the hydraulic pump system that lifts and lowers the motor failed. They don't make that one anymore, so we had to buy a new one. We've had to put brakes and rotors on all of our frontline cruisers. Ford can't give us a definitive answer as to why we're putting brakes and rotors on cruisers that have less than 30,000 miles on them. But the rotors rusted out and pitted and then caused problems with the brake pads. The cruisers are being used just about every day. If they sit, they only sit for a 2-day window. So there's zero reason as to why those rotors should have rusted. Pretty much the answer that Wade received from Ford was, it's New England and it's moisture. I'm not a huge car guy, I'm definitely not a mechanic, but I know for a fact that it's not moisture and it's not because we're in New England. But we had to replace them because they were significantly damaged due to the rust and the wear.
So maybe anticipating a recall somewhere down the road?
I don't, because it's a wear item. So unless somebody somewhere can prove,
Well, this is a safety issue.
right, but unless somebody somewhere can prove that it's
That it's a
defective
defect,
metal, that is just because of the high heat, and then because we had a high heat incident with the cruiser and then just parked it right afterwards, that's why it got the moisture and caused the damage, but I highly doubt that would happen. but it has happened to all 4 of our frontline cars, so in my opinion, there was something wrong with that. And car 1, which is our oldest cruiser from 2000, it's a 2015, but we bought it in 14, has 80 or 91, I think 91,000 miles on it. Car 1 was the last one to have the issue. So those rotors have been on the car for a long time and that type of issues. Our 3 newer cars, which are all 2019s, but we bought them in 2018, those ones all had the issues, and those are our 3 frontline primary cars that are used by all of the officers.
It's crystal clear, right?
It's clear to me, but we all know how the game works when it comes to covering those types of items.
Warranties? I mean, how?
Not for brakes.
No, no,
Brakes and
no,
rotors.
Not for
are
brakes
not
and
covered
rotors.
under any warranties.
They're wear items, right?
And you can't hold your breath waiting for it to take responsibility.
Wow.
And police cruisers are not, even police cruiser warranties are not like a regular warranty. We put so much high wear and tear into those cars, they're not gonna cover wear and tear items like brakes and rotors. We brought them to Ford saying, this is ridiculous, we're in number 3, what is going on? More for the fact of saying, what is going on? Is there a different rotor we can buy? Is there a different brake we can buy? Why is this happening? Less of to say, you need to pay for this, because I already knew the answer.
Where'd you buy them?
Ford.
Those ones were originally on the car from Ford.
Rochester?
What's that?
Rochester?
No, they come from the factory though.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, those were original from the factory. Cruiser purchase lease payment, $31,000, no change to that. You'll see on the expenditure report that has not come out yet. That comes out this week. We just got the bill, so that comes out this week. Equipment maintenance, $3,000. That line I've been able to keep the same. Thankfully, we haven't had a lot of items break, but unfortunately, these items are very pricey when they do break. Equipment purchase, this is another line that I've been saying we need to increase over the last couple of years due to the cost of the items that we need to purchase police-wise. You can see some of those costs built into the slide, and thankfully we've been lucky to not have any of these items go on us, but we're just basically playing roulette and hoping that they don't go. Equipment lease, this came down $300 from $4,600 to $4,300. Mileage and travel, there is no change to that. It's $1,100 still. We do our best to make sure that when we have 6 officers, it's actually kind of easy to make sure every officer is taking a cruiser no matter where they go. When we're at 8, it gets a little tougher, but we do our best to make sure that if they're going somewhere for the police department, they're in a police cruiser. Dues and subscriptions, still at $750, no change there. Miscellaneous is still $1. I use the miscellaneous line for a placeholder so that I can put items that I can't put into any other line item to show both the budget committee, the board of selectmen, and the residents the item that was expended, the cost it was expended, and then they can, if there's a question, they can ask me the question and I can explain the question as to why the expenditure came out. Educational incentive, $4,500, no change to this either. I think we are gonna go over that this year based on the education levels that the officers currently have, but we'll find that in the budget elsewhere.
Are any of those gonna be state mandated as well?
Educational incentive?
Yeah.
No, that's just something that was put into the budget in 2009 by the board of selectmen. Current budget total for 2020 was $938,616.98. In 2021, my budget comes down to $923,802.07, which is a $14,814.91 decrease.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Up next is the fire department.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something. Hey, Reed. Wasn't our goal to have the presentation visible for everyone at home? Because they're seeing us. Yeah. Yeah, I'll wait to read this. That's my little check.
All set, Nick?
I think so.
All right,
You guys
shoot, we're ready.
We're all set?
Alright, I'll make this as quick and painless as possible, but interrupt me at any point for questions,
Okay, thank you.
or if you want more explanation or anything at all. So, this is the basic summary. As you can see, the big chunk of it this year is personnel costs, and we'll get into that. And all the other lines combined then, cumulatively decreased. So basically I cut $50, $100, $1,000 out wherever I could. Some of these cuts were proposed last year, but because of the default, they ended up higher. So this is a 5-year look back at the total cost to run the fire department. It includes the bond payment, any of the capital reserves that have been put in, and the operating budget. So as you can see, it's been relatively level, some up and downs, but the previous 3 years prior to 2021 have been relatively flat. Or flat. And that was done basically by utilizing the revolving account. So this shows income and expense of the revolving account since we started using it on a regular basis, which was 2012, 2013. As you can see, as the revenue increases, the expenditures increased, and this year we're actually spending more than we're bringing in. And the green line is the capital expenses, so that's the ambulance. So basically we have to, as long as we're spending what we're bringing in and saving enough to buy an ambulance every 5 to 6 years, we're okay. But we've flip-flopped. So now we're going backwards from our reserves instead of putting away that $20,000, $30,000 a year put away every year.
Do you know how many percentage of calls increased this year?
Relatively level for the most part.
Right, about the same.
We might be up a little bit, but I don't know if I put it in there. I have a chart somewhere. Might have been in last year's that shows the call volume.
Okay.
And it's right around 800
Okay.
for the last probably 4 years. So this, I just wanted to show you this as an indication of the reason the fire department budget's been level and the reason it's what we're doing this year. It kind of all ties to this revolving account and making sure we have the money to continue to run the department like we have been. So much like all the other departments, 73% of the cost of the budget is personnel cost, and the rest is spread out amongst maintenance, utility, supplies, fuel, that type of stuff. So the first line is the full-time salary line. There's 3 different numbers here. The budget before you is the 132,294, and that was reduced from my request of 142,470 in an effort to get the bottom line of the total town budget below the default. That was the only place I felt comfortable reducing that. And basically, the biggest reason for the increase is we hired a new employee that was at a different rate from the previous full-time employee back in, it all started in January, we didn't hire till April. And we changed the shift from a 42-hour work week to a 48-hour work week, and that is straight time, that extra 8 hours is not overtime.
And that was done to provide consistency and try to get an extra 12 hours out of the full-time personnel without increasing the benefits on the other side. And it's worked out relatively well. But that does come with an extra 12 hours of pay per week, which is how we came up with the 142. And we'll make the 132 work. Basically, if I get to that point, we'll find it throughout various other lines. And I'd rather not have enough in the full-time salary line and cut 1,000 or a couple thousand from 3 or 4 other lines than reduce those other lines accordingly, because we'll never get that money back and it's needed long-term. Any questions on that right now? So a part-time salary line, if you go to page 6 of the packet, on the bottom of the spreadsheet is the call pay with certain dates. As you can see, so that's for the call firefighters when they respond back for calls. They get paid hourly. As you can see, that's reduced or declined over the last 4 years or so that I have there. And that's because of the lack of people coming back and because of the shift staffing. People are being paid hourly instead of being paid when they come back. So as that's decreased, this year I'm proposing to put a 24-hour, or originally 2 24-hour positions into the part-time line, which is currently being compensated from the revolving account. So I'm trying to transfer some of that back to the operating budget instead of the revolving account. Going back to the first slide, we're going in the opposite direction on that account. So I'm trying to correct that. Those of you that have been around for a while, you'll remember that the last 3 years I've put together 2 budgets. The one that we'll get by with and the one that will pass voters, hopefully, not necessarily, but, and then I put together the actual one, and the actual budget of what we should be operating at has been about $100,000 to $110,000 more. So this year I'm trying to bridge that gap and get to where we should be. And this is one of the places. However, because we're trying to get below the default, I took that $9,000 increase out. And the other thing in this line is that the 961 per diem line got transferred into this, so it's not a true $26,000 increase.
But you took the on-call line that you had and put it down to $1 and moved it here, so
Correct.
yeah.
It became too complicated with payroll, in the new payroll system. There was, people were being charged to 5 different lines and basically doing the same work just because that's where the money was. So I'm trying to consolidate it all for simplicity with the payroll system.
Yep.
So I have listed 2 24-hour part-time positions. It's no longer that, it's like a 24 and a, I don't remember what I took 8 hours out basically to get that number between the 2 lines the same, the 106. So the 9,000 to get the 224 part-time position has been pulled out. I know there's a lot going on there, but any questions on that? Salary elected, there's no change, no increase in that. FICA, there's the 2 numbers, the original one, and then the $9,012 based on the salary changes, and there's no increase in that because the full-time salaries don't have FICA taken out, and all the other salary lines remain the same. So that's the 912.
On that though, Nick, with the drop from the the proposed budget, I knew you had 142, and then it was sent to us with 140,794.
Yep.
I think you gotta look at your retirement line because that did not drop.
I'll touch on that.
Okay, alright.
Same thing with this. So this one changed. The 2 numbers. The 4,149 reflects the increase in the full-time line to the 140. But we did not reduce it further when I dropped the 8,500 out
Yeah.
because I anticipate on spending that money. So we only needed to find $8,500. So when I transfer other, or overexpend that line and cut other lines, it was less to overcome by leaving Medicare and retirement where they needed to be, to cover the 140, if that makes sense. Or if you follow what I'm saying.
No,
So-
I'm following what you're saying, I'm looking at the calculation,
Yeah,
that was
the
all.
calculation's off.
Okay,
But again, it's less we have to overcome next year, and we got to the bottom line where we need to be.
okay.
I mean, it's something, if we're looking to take a little bit more, we can match that all up, but we'll have to come up with it next year. So, retirement, same thing, ours is 30.09%, like the police chief said. That number is good for next year, but the year after, I believe there's increases coming. So the top line is my original proposal based on the 142, and then the 42,365 is when I reduced it the first time to 140, but the subsequent 8,500 is not reflected there. Ms. Hurd.
Mr. Murray, or Chief Murray, I honestly thought that both the police and the fire had the same rate for the New Hampshire retirement system.
No.
So why are you guys so much higher? Well, not so much higher, but a lot higher.
I know it's always been different.
Cause I know it's different for teachers,
Yeah.
but, okay. Wow.
Based on some calculation in the state law, and I don't know, it's above my head.
Just quick question.
Yeah,
Thank you.
28% would be much nicer. Yeah,
Then you have to take out FICA.
Yeah, cutting 2% out of everything would be nice, yeah.
Well, it was like 2 years ago when they reduced it, cause I think fire was
33? Yeah, you've been up to over
32,
30.
33, 32.9, whatever it was, and it had dropped to 29, and then I think it came back up last year, halfway through the year.
Yep.
It's been a seesaw. Training remains the same, so it's new certifications in continuing education. We haven't spent a whole lot this year because like the police chief mentioned, the fire academy is not offering a lot of classes, and we're not doing a lot of traveling to any of the outside classes that we normally would go to. So we'll keep it the same. I think we've spent about half of it this year, and I've utilized that training line to pay for some EMS classes. But normally I would charge EMS classes to a revolving account because we couldn't utilize it for fire training. Employee testing, I have $200 in there. That's for background checks. New Hampshire Bureau of EMS now requires any new licensed EMT or lapsed EMT to have a background check prior to their license. That does not include medical screening, so if you look at the budget this year, you may wonder why it's over expended. That's because we hired a new full-time employee and we had to send them for a physical. It's mandated by the state of New Hampshire for full-time employees to get physicals prior to hiring. It's not a requirement for call firefighters or part-time employees. However, that's something that the fire service, or direction the fire service is going, so it's one of those things that line should be substantially higher and we should change our policies, but we're not currently doing it. Uniforms is our fire gear as well as our duty uniforms. I left the line the same. This year, this is one of the spots I'm kind of holding back to see how the budget goes. I'm only ordering 3 sets even though 6 is budgeted. I'll order 3 more at the end of the year if everything goes as planned, or better than planned, I should say. There should be an increase there, but I just left it the same. I didn't account for any inflation across the year. I ordered 3 sets the other day, and it was just under $9,000. Whereas 10 years ago, we were talking less than $2,000 for our coat and pants. Now we're just under $2,800 roughly. So I haven't changed that line in a couple of years. Again, next year I'll probably look at it, if there's any room for increases in budget, that's one of the spots that needs to be looked at. Contract services, the list is in your packet. I'm not gonna get into all the differences, some things went up, some things went down, and it balanced out to a $92 increase. Electric, I took $250 out based on the historical data, and you can, in the packet, you can see every electric bill for the last 2 or 3 years. And that's how we came up with that number.
Did you do any LED?
When we built it,
upgrades?
it was all LED when we built it. So that grant came out for the LED upgrades the year after, and we were good. The electric bill has kind of leveled out, and I think it's averaging down a little bit since we got the heating system squared away, which took a couple years to figure that out. With the heating fans running.
The recirc aspect of it.
Yeah, there was some issues that took a year or so to balance out originally, but it's all squared away now, and I've actually seen the electric bills seem to be coming down a little bit. Either that, the rates are coming down, but I doubt that.
Until they have not.
No. But yeah, so essentially, it's leveled out, and I can take $250 out. Heat has also kind of balanced out. We got that dialed in to where it needs to be. So we'll be all set with the same amount of money. And the propane cost hasn't really changed in the last couple of years. Our contracts have been locked in similar or less, I believe, by a few cents. The water, this is for the water department, the domestic water at the fire station. Now that we have a couple of years worth of data, I think I can reduce it by the $500. Hydrant fees, that remains the same. That's my drawing of the fire hydrants, no water.
What was that?
No water.
But no water.
Yeah, there probably isn't.
So, just reading your notes here,
Yes.
it should be reintroduced in the future.
Which one?
I don't know, the dry hydrants, why would you have the dry
Oh,
hydrants?
dry
Oh, no, that's
So-
separate from the.
So we had back in the day, we had money in the budget to install dry hydrants around town. So a dry hydrant is, Appleby Road, Bridgehill Farm, it's a pond on the left and the red pipe that comes out of the ground. That cost, well, I don't have an updated price on it cost, but say $3,000, probably more, to put a dry hydrant in. Then we have various water supplies throughout parts of town that don't have wet hydrants.
So where do you get the water if you have a dry hydrant?
From the,
From the
from the
pond.
pond.
From the pond.
So it's
Okay.
dry until you
Okay,
sucker
so-
on it
Pump.
and pull it out.
Alright, so you're pumping it from
Yeah.
somewhere, okay.
And it'll bring, instead of trying to put a 20 feet of suction out to the middle of the pond, it brings the hydrant brings the suction hard pipe to the edge of the road, essentially. Makes it easier. As opposed to this, you turn the thing and water comes out.
Yeah, now, those I understand, even though I don't have one anywhere
But
near my house.
This is a dry barrel hydrant, if you really want to make it complicated. Meaning it shuts it off under the frost line, as opposed to if you were in Florida, it'd be a wet barrel hydrant.
Thank you.
Glad you asked, honey.
I was gonna Google
That's
it.
alright.
Dry versus wet versus.
Telephone, this is the line I tried to decrease last year when we shut the landline off at Station 2. And then running all the averages, it took another $20 out, so that's where the $450 came from. Public education, it costs money for us to run CPR classes, and we've been trying to provide them to the community for the last several years. And then we provide fire prevention week at the schools, all those little handouts, the coloring books for the kids, comes out of that line. And the Woods, Water and Wildlife Festival, when that is going on, pre-COVID, we provide a little wildfire safety handouts for the kids
And smoking thing.
and smoking. Printing pays for what you have in front of you. That's that's the quarterly costs for the color copies at the fire station. So the black and white, we have we had a lease, but we bought out the lease. So now we just have the annual contract for the black and white, and then we pay additional for the color copies. And then any other like letterhead or business cards or anything like that that we need to print. Supplies, another line that I tried to reduce last year. Now that we're set up in the new station, we've got a better handle on supplies, and we can buy in bulk and store things and track things better. So I took $1,000 out of that last year and again this year. Vehicle fuel, again, based on the data, right? The spreadsheet show all the monthly costs and around the averages over a period of time, and that's the number I came up with. Diesel fuel has been reduced because that difference has been transferred to the revolving account. So historically we had an ambulance fuel line and a fire department fuel line. When the price of diesel dropped substantially, and for ease of bookkeeping, we charged both to this diesel line, and the 6,000 covered it. Then the prices have been slowly increasing again. The 6,000 wasn't covering it, so I pulled the ambulance fuel back out, charged it to the revolving account, and then subsequently was able to decrease that line by $1,250. Building maintenance, so right now, the request is for $3,000, it's an increase. I've been talking about this with the budget committee for several years, saying as time goes on, we're gonna have to determine the actual cost to maintain the building. So this is all annual service testing stuff that we have to do. So the generator maintenance, the final maintenance, the vehicle exhaust system, they have to come out once a year. Just go through everything, change the filters, check the sensors. The sprinkler system at the fire station, the fire suppression system, not the lawn irrigation, is required to have an annual test. And then anything else that may come up. Some of the stuff is still in Pat's public buildings budget, but some of these things are just part of the fire station. It's just easier to manage it this way. So the increase, I think, okay, I'd have to remember, but all that adds up to the increase. And there's really nothing left if something breaks, so I either gotta find it or try to get past it.
One quick
From your back corner. Did I see that you guys yourself were pressure washing and doing detail work on the trim on the shingles on the north side?
Yes.
2.02.
No, there's a charge in there for simple green somewhere, that's what it was for, the front of the building. So, all the spiders on the white trim were on the eaves, and it was just disgusting. We did Station 2, I think, early this year as well.
Supposedly you can paint light blue and make it, and spiders think it's the sky and they won't,
Or spider spray.
So again, the line's probably light, but there's not a lot of room for any increases this year, so that was one of the places I felt we should put a little bit of money. Vehicle maintenance. Again, it was this committee last year that attempted to put $10,000 in this line. It's at $20,000 right now. We're in September, and in the last 2 days, I had 3 vehicles that needed maintenance that I haven't gotten invoices for. So, again, there's no room for increases. My priority was the staffing this year, and I will figure it out somehow. So that's again why I held back on the uniform line, to help make up some of this difference here.
Could you update that photo?
I should update that photo.
Thank you. That's good. It's a good looking fleet.
That's a very observant.
Yeah,
Thank you.
just one off.
And it, again, with the vehicle maintenance, the engine 2 is a used truck we bought out of Ashland, and engine 4 is the truck we tried to replace 3 or 4 years ago. So we're getting by with having the 2 older trucks, and then that way there, if something happens, at least we have one. So the fleet's been increased, but the age has been substantially decreased, and we're just trying to balance and make it work with what we have for now. But it's not necessarily the oldest trucks that are causing the most amount of maintenance. Yes, Fred.
Maintenance, where do you have them maintained? Because I went to the, I used to call it the dump.
Yep.
And I saw one of the trucks there, or one of the,
So we work with DPW. They do a lot of the PM type stuff. If it's a Ford diesel problem, we take it to the Ford garage. Which is the ambulances, and the forestry. We can't work on a lot of that stuff because of the new diesels. I don't know, just can't. But again, above my head. If Wade's busy or it's a bigger project or something he can't do, we go to Crowell's. And then we have a fire apparatus mechanic for like the pump type stuff, or warranty type stuff, or any fire apparatus specific repair.
does, Mr. Smith give you a discount on repairs?
Yes, free.
That's a great discount.
It's not always practical though, so we balance it based on what the actual issue is.
No,
Well,
that makes
well, like
sense.
the other day, the belts blew off of engine 3 and caused all kinds of overheating problems, and had me towed to Crowell's, so Crowell's just fixed the wells up there.
Thank you.
Yep. Oh, so anyway, back to this. That's in your packet as well, but as you can see, engine 3 is the second newest truck, but it costs the most amount of money to fix the ship. And then last year, it's kind of hard to see, but is that engine 6? That
Engine
truck?
6 down the bottom,
Yeah.
yeah.
Which is the newest truck. So, yeah, things happen. And the oldest trucks this year we haven't put any money into. Engine 2 is 2%, and engine 4 is not on there at all.
Part of engine 6 last year was getting it ready anyways, right? Getting it up and running with the maintenance piece.
No, that was the truck.
Okay.
So the
alright,
truck
that
this year was the
alright.
maintenance when we took delivery of it back at the beginning of the year. So equipment maintenance line remains the same. That's been working relatively well for the last several years. It hasn't changed. And it stays right around $7,500 as an actual expenditure. So we're gonna leave that alone. So that's the service testing for the hose, which was more this year because we've been actually replacing our hose. The air packs, even though they're brand new, they still need to be service tested every single year. Extrication tools, and then whatever nickel and dime stuff on pump repairs and chainsaws and that type of stuff. But the big chunk of it is service testing, annual maintenance, PM. Equipment purchase. Another line that is working that we really can't afford to decrease and eventually should be increased slightly. Our biggest thing we've been trying to work on over the last several years is the replacement of the hose. So when we did hose testing in August, which was paid for out of the previous line, we lost 500 feet of 4-inch, and so I need to replace that obviously. This line is already fully expended based on stuff that happened the year before, so we're kind of like playing catch up. We're a year behind. But again, we're making it work. So the 2 trucks that are up in Milton Mills are short on 4-inch, but we'll get to that at the beginning of, in January, we'll order another 1,000 feet of 4-inch, and then we'll be kinda behind the 8 ball starting in January essentially.
Question?
Yep.
The, technical qualities of the 4-inch hose. What is the material? How does it fail? Degradation or blowout?
Rubber.
Rubber.
And it gets little pinholes in it. So whether it's from any like sand or grit or road grind, when it's folded over and moving down the road, the life expectancy in the NFPA standard on hoses, all hoses, 10 years. And the stuff that's been failing, so I've been talking about replacing 4-inch hose for probably 4 or 5 years, and we've been buying 1,000 feet every year. And every year we've been losing close to an equal amount. So since we started buying hose, the last 500 feet failed in August. So we like just barely snuck through. Does that answer the question?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
The other part of it is that hose is substantially more than 10 years old.
Because I know some have gone off, I believe, to another community.
Yeah, I think we bought some from another community at one point. I don't think we've ever shipped any out. I could be wrong. I don't remember. Was it me? Was it Preemie? Preemie? Previous company. Anyway, the next thing we're working on is the inch and 3/4 and the 2.5 inch attack hose, which is the canvas stuff that we use to win the nozzles and put the fire out. We did have leftover grant money from the air pack grant, which I bought $10,000 worth of hose with at the end of last year. But again, since I've been fire chief, which is 11 years now, this is the first time I've bought inch and 3/4 hose. So all of our hose is more than 10 years old. And some of our 2.5 inch hose, there's like probably 6 or 7 lengths that are from like 1982. So that needs to get cycled out. But again, it's prioritizing what we're buying. It still passes the test, but if anything were to happen, then it would come back on us. Equipment lease, this was the copy machine. That's been paid off, so that's been reduced by $1,571. And then this is the part-time EMS, which when they were being paid to be on call, that's been reduced by $26,000 and moved to the part-time line. And that was a warrant article back in 2008, 2009, and it's been in the budget ever since. And again, talking to this committee over the last several years, that's been overexpended, but we've managed by using the part-time line anyway. So these two lines have been complementing each other for the better part of 10 years. Now I figured it was just time to consolidate them.
Makes sense.
So to touch on the revolving account real quick, this is roughly how I have it expected to be expended next year. And that's, go back to that real quick. So we're talking like 250,000. I don't have a total up there, but 215 is staffing. That's why I was trying to get some of that staffing back into the budget.
Yeah.
And this is the total amount from the original request. I didn't update it, other than the bottom line of the $476,320 is the correct total bottom line that is before you.
467,320. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
One last question on the ambulance.
Yes.
Have you ever filed a property lien for the recovery of ambulance service?
Yes. Yeah. I didn't go very far. I communicated, and it wasn't clear, and there was some discrepancies in there. So I have emails that I gotta follow up on, but there wasn't a lot, and it wasn't clear that it was actually ours, if that makes any sense. But yes, I did follow up on that.
Any other questions?
Yeah, why is the operating expenses always increasing every single year? What what constitutes that to go up? Is it because population, more calls?
General inflation and staffing model changes to ensure that the ambulance is always staffed. So when you were selectman, when we were at the old station, they were paid $5 an hour to be on call from home.
Remember that?
So as time went on, people lost interest in doing that. So the shifts
Remember that.
went unfilled. And then we had to rely on mutual aid, which decreases our revenue and isn't a good service for the community. So we made an adjustment, and we are constantly making adjustments to ensure that the shifts are always filled and the ambulance is always responding. And that's the biggest, other than protocol changes, equipment changes. We had CPAP, which is when the air is forced in. That's getting more and more expensive. EpiPens have become ridiculously priced, as you're all aware. So the state has changed the protocols on that so that we can now draw out vials at the basic level, as opposed to the basic level had to use the EpiPen. So that's a change that's coming that'll help a little bit. But different changes in protocols and the equipment required has driven a lot of the cost.
Stocking of the ambulances also.
And the other thing that we're gonna run into is we don't know what's coming from Frisbee as far as what they provide us now that it's HCA and not a nonprofit hospital anymore. Whereas a good chunk of our supplies that we use on an average run were provided back to us, and they may not be in the future. That's yet to be determined.
So any of these operating expenses related to COVID? Are you anticipating anything for that?
Well,
Like
so
respirators?
COVID and the ambulance fund, and we changed the staffing model in March when COVID hit, so that they were required to stay at the station for a number of reasons. One was to ensure that they were gonna be there and respond, because with everything going on, I wasn't convinced that for the stipend that they were getting, that there'd be people willing to sign up for that shift, so we changed it to an hourly rate. And the difference between the stipend and the hourly rate's been reimbursed by COVID, state COVID money, to the tune of $25,000. So that's any COVID increases have been.
But that won't last forever.
That won't last forever.
We got the last gopher thing just went through, so
Yep.
don't know what we're gonna get next.
So we got the staffing where we needed to be and got the first 8 months of it covered. So that's a step in the right direction. Yep.
Yep, one more, Nick.
I'm just looking at the trips and the payments and, you know, your little thing, and we seem to have less
Inconsistency.
income. Is that insurance based? I mean, I call the ambulance and my insurance pays or it doesn't pay.
Yep.
So what happens if I don't have any insurance? Do you still take me?
We take you. We don't ask questions.
Thank you.
And then we deal with it later.
Okay, I was just curious.
Honestly, we try to get the money as best we can, but there comes a point where it just has to be written off. But I would say we're more aggressive with trying to collect unpaid ambulance bills than a lot of communities, but it's because it's the only way we can operate. As you can see, we're spending close to $225,000 out of that account. So if we don't have that, then it's gotta go to the budget, and you can all see what we're dealing with the budget. It's just not gonna happen. And I don't believe the ambulance is a area in which we could not provide a service,
Thank you.
or any less of a service.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
And if anybody is curious, as far as ambulance rates, increasing them to try to come up with a difference, there's, in my opinion, not room to do that, because we're already on the high side. Equivalent to the area departments, but higher than the regional averages, put it that way.
Okay, thank you.
All right. What's that?
I mean, if you want to take a like a 5-minute recess here. I'm fine with that, and then Pat will get to his 3 budgets.
position, and that is what's helped us maintain, so to speak, through this year. So, does that answer your question, Peg?
Yeah.
I just can't put it in there.
No, I thought because the town had approved
No,
step increases that
no.
was, okay.
The law
Thank you.
changed actually that year that we wasn't aware of. Nobody was aware of it until after the fact, when we tried to put it in. The selectmen were gonna put it in the default
Yeah.
at the end of the year, but the law had changed and we couldn't do that, so we had to use it. We had to find a place to take it from, and that's what the problem's been since 2019, is trying to catch up. That's why my budget increased so much. I'm trying to bring those wages back
No.
into the budget that I have to pay.
And
Okay, thank
just
you.
to touch on that too, Pat, and I appreciate that, because that's what we were asking, because I know pay raises were given out in 19 and some in 20, but we're seeing the 2018 default. So I see your current salaries, that under the 6 positions plus the part-time, that's this year's current salary. That's based on the 2019 pay raises, correct? Okay. If I could, and the reason I'm saying this is when we're showing this to the public, it looks like you're getting an increase from the 2018 rate, but they already got an increase. You understand my point?
Right.
So what we want to be able to reflect from the budget committee as well as the overall budget is what kind of an increase are they getting from their current salary? And you've given it to us on the slide.
In the step plan, and I don't have a copy of the step plan with me, but it was like a 3.5% because they didn't get the cost of living raise, so they
Mhm.
just got the step.
Yep.
So an employee that didn't have a step plan was getting 2% plus 1.7.
Yep.
My people were getting 3.5%.
Yep.
So they lost a little bit on the cost of living, so that's what those increases are based upon.
Okay.
Based upon the last step plan that the Board of Selectmen approved in 2019 reflects the raises for the 2021 request.
Okay. And the only other thing and I'm not gonna ask you to give me an answer now, but something, if you could give it to us for our meeting later, do you know what their rates were just prior to this? I know you've got
Yeah,
records on everything.
I gotta go back a couple of
If
years.
you've got something as far as what their rate was prior to that, the reason I say that is the 2020 default is the 293,142. That was the last time that there was anything approved through the regular passing of a budget. And like you said, it was if you had gotten everything based on what you got for pay raises, you mentioned the 334 and 334K roughly.
Yep.
So the reality is the 320 is a decrease because you don't have everyone right
Yeah.
now.
Well, if you look at the $26,000 that we just went and changed it,
Yeah.
that's what we're trying to absorb.
Mhm.
We were trying to absorb 30,000 in just highway alone.
Yeah.
If I combine all 3 of my budgets together, with all of the increases overall, plus your FICA, your Medicare, and the cost of your overtime, I was looking at about $82,000 that I was trying to come up with this year.
And that is the information that I want when we're putting our budget together, because that's the information that we have, and I know we've talked, but I mean, that's not the information that's been reflective in any of these reports, but the public needs to understand that. We're trying to make up $84,000 based on salary increases that were granted that weren't, and I'm not saying they shouldn't have been, because it's up to the Board of Selectmen to do it, but it was under a default year, you don't get your normal increases. So that was something that was done over and above. So that your $84,000, that's just part of it. We've got that in other areas, and we need to understand what that total figure is for the public to know.
But I think to be fair though, I think we've come up with a plan overall with
Yeah.
the Board of Selectmen.
Oh, no, I think the plan's fine, Pat.
Yeah.
All I wanna be able to do when we're doing our budget afterwards, this is nothing against your plan. Your plan is fine. But you're not getting an increase from the 2018
Right,
rate.
no, it's
You're getting an
reflecting-
increase from the current rate.
It's-
But the spreadsheet shows a much higher percentage increase than what it currently is going to be. You understand what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's what we're
Right,
trying to.
because I'm showing you the current numbers.
Right, right.
And it does, and that's exactly what it's done.
Yep.
It's gone and made that jump way
It looks
bigger.
like there's a $30,000 jump when the reality is
but
it's not.
Right, it's a $30,000 jump over the course of 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is.
Yes.
So if you drop that down, you're looking at
10
$10,000
a year. Yeah.
And I do, I wanna add, you know, out of transparency, these raises were given for retention, concerns. I mean, you know, last winter, we were down to one guy
Yep.
towards the end of the winter.
Mhm.
I mean, you can't functionally take care of a community, with one plow truck driver. So that was, you know, the whole reasons behind all this. I mean, we have obligations to the taxpayers to take care of the town of Milton, and that's, you know, how we move forward to doing it. I mean, we were losing people to the next communities over, paying $5 more an hour. So, you know, we had to do something.
Yeah,
So,
To be fair, I mean, we were paying a truck driver like $15 an hour, and they were leaving to go places for $25 an hour, $24 an hour. So the selectmen bumped them up to the $20 range, is what happened. So you were looking at about a $5 increase in your truck drivers across the board, which is still only average. I mean, if you go and ask for applications for truck drivers right now, anybody that's got experience is looking at, they want 23, 24 to start. They don't even wanna talk to you if you're not even gonna be in that ballpark. And the only way you can get drivers less than that is they gotta be green, and they don't have any seat time at all, or they got no license and you need to
Go get that.
try to get them a license. But now, you can't go get a CDL license without going through a CDL school. So you have to take and pay thousands of dollars to go to that school to get your license. And we're not in a position to pay for people to come and put them through that school, get that license. We'd be in the same boat as the police department. They get them trained, and then they go to a bigger town for more money. That's exactly what would happen to us.
Yep.
So you're better off to pay the extra money to bring them in with experience than not.
Nope.
In my opinion, that's my opinion. But anyway, so the wages are the biggest problem with my budgeting process this year, because I'm trying to absorb so much over that period of time.
Yep.
Director's salary is the director's salary. I'm elected, so whatever ends in that line is what I would get paid. There's really no breakdown. I do work more than 40 hours a week. I plow routes. I'm in when the guys are in, emergency overtime, trees, whatever the case may be. This summer when we had the windstorm, I was out all night with the guys and the fire department, assisting the fire department, and we were moving trees everywhere we needed to move trees, and did what we have to do. So, again, I do overtime mostly through the winter. I go stick to 40 hours a week in the summer, because there's not a lot of overtime for me there. But if we have a snowstorm, I have a route. You may have even seen me over by your house, the pickup truck that goes by,
Oh, I
when there's
know.
not a dump trucks are broke down, pickup truck plows the route, I plow the route. I'll plow that route. FICA, it's an increase of $2,225. Again, this is part of that salary issue that we've had. Medicare, the same reason, that's increased $820. Training, I've left that the same, $1,000, and what I do with the training is a lot of times, we have access to Primex training, which is free, so I'll call Primex, and I'll find out what they got out there that benefits us for free training. Primex will come to the building, we'll have an employee meeting and a training session at the building, free of charge. So I try to utilize as much free training as I can get. If I can't get it free, then I have to pay, and I go through like the Municipal Association or Road Agents Association, and I can get discounted training through those memberships. Employee testing, I had to increase that. That one is something that I can't control. How that works is, every quarter you have random testing. You don't know how many people are gonna be tested each quarter. It could be no people, it could be all of you people. It depends on how that random number comes out. And typically we do 2 most of the time. We're in our drawings, we get 2 people. Sometimes we've done 3. Sometimes we've done one. So the cost of that is $98.50, and it's a $50 transportation fee for the truck to come. So for each time they come, that's what it costs me to do that. Yes, Peg?
I'm just thinking if that is a mandate, I mean, I know we have the same thing with our bus drivers. Should that not go into the defaults?
It's not what?
Should
Should-
that not go into the defaults? I mean, if they're.
It's not, yeah, I don't have a contract, so I didn't
So
put
it's
it,
just
I
kind
didn't
of,
put it in.
I feel like coming this week, 3 people.
Yeah, I just did
Alright.
2 this week myself. But,
Okay.
no, I haven't because I didn't have a contract, so I didn't think it could go across.
Larry?
Yeah, it would be an interesting thing, if there were a state rep from this district, who was interested in having the state take over the cost of testing, and transportation and relieve the towns of the mandate. Just a thought.
What
I know
what
the state,
about any new hire testing?
New hires have to go through a complete CDL, drug testing, physical, and a complete background check. So we do a live scan FBI background check, which comes out of that line. Actually, let me back up to that line. Comes out of that line, and new hires, when I have to test them, come out of that line also. And Seacoast Ready Care is the place that we use to do all of that. And the town requires us to have CDL. We don't have, to have physical cards. Under state law, if we just drive municipal trucks, we don't have to have a card, and as long as we stay in town. And you have to check that on your license when you go to get your license. But the town requires it, so we have to check that out, because we have to go across state line. We have, solid waste truck has to go to Massachusetts. The highway trucks do go into Maine when they plow, they have to cross the bridge. They have to, so if something is to happen, they need to have the card, so we require them to keep the card.
What is the approximate for?
What's that?
What is the approximate for a new hire?
How much money?
Approximate.
It's probably $150. I think, I don't know what the live scan is, but I wanna say the live scan's gotta be $55, $60, I think.
47.
How much?
47.
47? Yeah, I knew it was right in that area. And then the DOT physical is another $80 on top of that, and so it's pretty close to
Yep.
$150 probably to put test a new hire. Uniforms, I left that the same, $4,700. It also gives the highway guys $150 towards safety shoes, and that out of that $4,700, all 3 departments' uniforms are paid for. So solid waste and government buildings guys' uniforms are all in that line. Contract services has increased, and the increase is $5,600. And what I have in your handout is under contract services, that's the 340 line. It has a list of things that are covered under that contract service line. And one of them is towing, which I have $4,200 for that. And that's for if a truck gets stuck in the winter time, I gotta get it pulled out of the ditch, or I gotta have something towed, it broke down, whatever the case may be. Most of that towing is in the winter time, if a truck is stuck or goes off the road on the mountain or something like that. Maintenance software, the maintenance software keeps track of all town vehicles, police, fire, highway, town hall, solid waste. And the other part of that is a road maintenance system, which is gonna keep track of work orders, all the different costs and repairs. This is brand new this year, to help give us a better idea of how much it costs for our roads to be patched, and if you're gonna dispatch somebody to pick up trash, we should be able to find out how much all of this stuff is gonna cost over a period of time once we start collecting that data. $2,000 for tree removal, and that's just in case we have trees that we deem hazard to transportation. And, to take them down, that takes down about 2 trees. 2,000 is about 2 trees, depending on the size of it. Catch basin cleaning, this is for, 50 catch basins, and it's, 3,820, and we concentrate mostly in the downtown area. Under MS4, we are required to maintain all of our catch basins and keep them pumped out if it's running into the watershed. So we have a few of those, and that goes all the way up as far as Micah Terrace, and it starts at the Rochester line, so we're responsible for a lot of stuff all the way up through there under the MS4, the stormwater management. Street sweeping, this is one of the big increases this year in the contract services. That's gone up quite a bit. $600, again, that's another MS4 requirement. We have to make sure that we sweep at least the section that's under MS4, which is all of downtown Milton. And we do Milton Mills. Milton Mills is not under the MS4 stormwater management, but we still take care of it because we still have catch basins that dump into the Salmon Falls River, so we want to maintain them the same way as we maintain these. We also have the lift inspection at the highway barn, which is a $250 inspection, which brings that total to $19,570. Any questions on that? Here's a list of what I have right there, what I just read to you, and it adds up to the $19,570. Professional services, $1. Electricity, $4,000. It was $5,100. I reduced that by $1,100, and as the chiefs have said, with the new lighting, I think that the cost has come down. I still have pretty good bills in the wintertime because I plug my trucks in to keep so they'll start in the cold weather. So that my electric bill fluctuates according to the weather. Heating, $700 decrease. It's because we got a better deal on oil. It went from $2.39 a gallon down to about $1.70, right in that area on that. So that was a good savings there. And it was warm last year, so we didn't use a lot too. So that makes a difference depending on how many times the doors open up in the highway barn and try to recover. And we do use a little bit of wood to try to help recover some stuff. Telephone, $28.36. That's a decrease of $264. Supplies, I level funded supplies. That was one of the cuts to try to keep this budget and keep us from going over the overall default. If you look at the list of supply items that are on under that in your handout, it will add up to almost $30,000. But what we're gonna do is go with the 24,506. If we run into a problem, we're gonna come to the selectmen and say, look, we're in trouble, we need some help. But that number does not represent the increase in all the oils and greases and stuff that we did get over time. Postage, $10. Operating supplies. Current year is $123,460. We're proposing $117,900, decreasing by $55.60. This line is for the salt that we use on the roads during the winter. It's calculated at $47 a ton for 1,200 ton, which is $56,400. I haven't got this year's contract yet for salt. We did make a phone call, and they said they don't anticipate that number going up, so I've left it at last year's price. So it should stay the same.
But if it goes up, it's a contract.
If it goes
Default
up, that'll
goes with
change
it.
a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
But they said they didn't think there was any danger of that going up, so I left it right there.
Okay.
Gravel's 25,000. That gravel is for washouts through the summer. For the mud season in the spring, we gotta buy stone, we gotta buy gravel. That money's allotted for that. 3,000 for hot top. That's to patch holes, sidewalks, parking lots that we have, wherever we have to do a patch. Cold patch is for potholes also, that's just a quick fix through the summer. Sand, 25,000, that's for the winter sand that we use on all of our roads in town through the course of the winter. Signs, $3,000, that's to replace signs. And some years can be really bad, sometimes, I don't know, people just wanna take signs. So we gotta go out and buy signs.
They look good inside the garage, Pat. They look good inside your shop.
Yeah, I know. And then, culvert and dry well line of 3,500, that's in case we gotta do a drainage project someplace that wasn't, planned, it was a failure, of a culvert or a failure of a catch basin, we can go in and fix that. Vehicle fuel, current 2020 was 5,500, proposed was 7,000. The reason I increased this is because we've been having an issue with our dump trucks. I'm so happy that I got the extended warranty, bumper to bumper coverage on them, because they have cost the manufacturer of those trucks a lot of money. But we're plowing with pickup trucks, so I need more gas for the pickup trucks if I'm gonna be in that same position. This is just an anticipation that could happen again this year. So I raised that a little bit. I raised it up that much, $1,500. Diesel, I lowered 5,000. Again, this was another cut to help us get this budget where it needed to be. And also, I really can't give you an accurate figure on what it's costing me to run the trucks if they're not on the road. I mean, I think I only had anywhere from 25 to 50% of the trucks on the road at any given time last year, and there was one storm. I had one dump truck, and we were plowing everything else with it. So I just can't tell you what that's really gonna be if them trucks are running. I can tell you that the trucks get anywhere from 2 to 3 miles per gallon when they're running. So they use a lot of fuel. I do have data in my snowplow spreadsheets that show how much one truck will use, which is about $250 of fuel, I think, in about an 18-hour period. So when they're pushing and they're going up them hills and they're plowing the snow and doing everything, they're slow speed, they're running 5-10 miles an hour, but the RPMs on those trucks are running, 2,500. And it's just eating the fuel right up and they're getting nowhere. So that's kind of the reasoning behind the fuel. Equipment maintenance, last year was 20,000, this year I'm proposing 25,000. The reason for this is the 2012 dump truck, the extended warranty just ran out. So I know that it's gonna cost us something to fix that truck this year, and we usually eat up that 20,000 with the other stuff, because this maintains everything that we have. This line doesn't just maintain dump trucks, it maintains pickup trucks, the excavator, the loader, the grader, the mower, the roller, mowing, everything we have, that line covers.
And you're up to almost 94% right now too.
Yeah,
with
and I'm gonna
expenditures.
go over, cause I got a few bills, and just to make you aware of what's going on with these bumper to bumper warranties. Now, where International has realized that they've put almost the same amount of money into these three trucks that I paid them to buy them, and I'm serious, there's probably $150,000 worth of maintenance in these trucks since we've had them that they've paid for. Plus the towing, they have to pay for towing, so I had 3 of them broke down and they had to take them one at a time and tow them down there. Now they've pulled out the warranty and they got this real fine print down at the bottom that says that International reserves the right to decide whether it's a wear and tear item or a warranty item. So now I just had one truck that the new exhaust system that they put in, the burn-off system in them, it had a rust on it and it was getting ready to fail, so we wanted them to fix that because we assumed it was a warranty item. They won't fix it, just cost me $5,400 to replace that system in that one truck, and I got another one on its way. So there's another $5,400. By the end of the year, if that other one fails, you're looking at $11,000 almost in just 2 trucks and exhaust. So this is the issue that we're having with these new trucks. And I believe it is the exhaust system that's causing a lot of these failures, because I believe these trucks are running way hotter than they should be.
Burning
And
them out.
diesels aren't made to run
Burning
that
them
hot,
out.
and that's what's causing all the failures.
It's just because you're in New England, come on, we already heard that
Right.
one.
Well, again, to touch on what Chief Kraus was saying, we have the same issues with our brakes and our rotors on our vehicles. We think it's due to the recycling of the metal, and it's gotten weaker. And it's not as good of a metal as it was, and so it doesn't last, because when they heat up, they warp real quick. And you replace them, so it used to be you could put a set of pads on with the rotors that you have a couple of times.
Yeah, you can't
Now,
do
when
that
you change the
anymore.
pads, you might as well change the rotors, because they're junk, or the thing's
They
gonna
wear
just
right out.
bounce down the road.
Wow.
Yeah.
I actually did have a question though, rather my side comment. Since you provide a free service to, fire department and police department for maintenance of their vehicles, do you, I mean, where do you put that?
I pay for all the labor, they pay for just the parts.
Okay, so it's
So,
part of your
Yep,
actual labor
if
line,
Nick
alright.
has a fire truck that comes in, we take care of that. We call him and tell him what he needs for parts. They give us a PO or an authorization to go. We order the parts. When the parts come in, we put the parts in the vehicle.
Alright.
Same thing with the police department. We rotate their tires. We do all the inspections of the fire apparatus, except for the smaller vehicles that need to be plugged in for the emissions control, and we can't inspect police cruisers because they have to be plugged in. So, but we do everything else, and we also do the town vehicle, and we check, they're all checked for inspection before we let them send them out to inspection. So they come in and he does an inspection on them to make sure they're not gonna go someplace and fail.
Yep.
So we look everything over. If something needs to be done, we call one of the chiefs up and we say, this isn't gonna pass, that isn't gonna pass, what do you wanna do? They give us the go-ahead, we'll fix it. Then we let them make the appointment to take the vehicles to the garage to have them plugged in and inspected. But yes, the answer to your question is, we do take care of all the cost of maintenance for the parts.
So,
Those are your salary. It comes out of your salary.
Excuse me?
The cost is really just salary, so it's not, you don't pay for them. I think you were asking if you pay for
Right.
the equipment and the
No,
cost.
we just pay, they just pay for the parts. I mean, all
Well,
the
the
equipment and the tools that we use there, the mechanic owns the tools, they're his. We haven't bought him them tools. He's got $50,000 worth of tools.
But from the budget standpoint, it comes,
It's just
it's really just it just costs you salary. Yeah.
Okay, any more questions on maintenance? Equipment purchase, $500, and that's just in case we need to get a replacement tool or something, you know, chainsaw, get breaks down or whatever, we need something to replace it with. Equipment lease is $1. Membership and dues is $250. What we did this year is we ended up, getting a new subscription to our drug testing. We joined mutual aid, which, would give us the ability to, if we have an emergency and I can't handle it completely by myself, I can get on, I can get another town that's willing to come down with their equipment and help us out, and the Road Agents Association, and that's so that I can get some training at a reduced cost.
Good.
Miscellaneous is $1. I leave that line open just in case there's something that happens again. It's transparency. I feel that, you know, if I can't put it in another line, you can see what I did and it's right there. So the current budget for 2020, which was a default, was $651,933. The proposed for 2021 is $691,993, and a total increase of $39,160. And the highway is 6.01% increase over 2020's default. We did try to keep it as close to zero as we could. As I explained in the beginning, it was the wage issue that has caused me the most problem, and we had to find a way to try to absorb this money somehow. But as you can see, if you look down the lines, when you look at the spreadsheet, most of those lines haven't changed from year to year. And if you look at my bottom line number across from 2017 up through, I haven't had huge increases in my budgets. I think if you go back and figure out a 10-year period, it's only like, it's under 2% per year for all of that.
All set,
That's
man.
it.
All right, thank you. Any questions? All right, go ahead, Larry.
That, yeah, I just wanted to, thank, Pat, just particularly for the work on this. And, we have been talking, a lot about percentage, increase. And I just, if you look at his statement of long-term, reasonable costs, practical treatment, cooperation with other agencies, the way, like Lisa was starting to say, that every pair of pants has two pockets, left pocket, right pocket, and you're putting on the same pair of pants when it comes to the town services. And the mechanic is putting in the parts for the police, and the police department is helping you out on bringing the costs down. And what bothers me is the percentage increase that sounds so drastic. And I tell you, I don't like percentages, because my standard view of this kind of percentage is you've got favorite statistic, 9 dogs and a dead cat, okay? Statistically, the cat has a 90% chance of barking. And when you look at a small increase, the cat is showing 2% over time, and you're looking at a 20% increase on that line. You're looking at a dead cat barking.
Okay, all set? All right, so we're gonna move right on to the government buildings, please.
Government buildings, proposed budget, full-time salary line is 60%, contract services 10.5, building maintenance 10.5, electric 4.7, FICA 3.69, supplies 2.43, heat 2.37, vehicles 2.11, water 1.58, Medicare 0.86, equipment maintenance 0.53, purchase 0.53, lease 0.26, and uniforms 0.24. Current year, on full-time salary lines, $105,008. Proposed is $112,931. This is an increase of $7,923. I did reduce the overtime line by $2,000 in this line. It was $7,000 in the default. I dropped it by $2,000 this year, and I think it's going to be because I don't anticipate hiring somebody until after the first of the year, so I may not need that much. But again, this is another example of what we stated in the highway. We're trying to absorb wages. The thing that we had going for us, if you look at the wage breakdown sheet, we only have one person that has longevity there that's been over 10 years. The one line is vacant, the 398 line. There's nobody hired at this time, and the custodian just started. So those wages went down a little bit based upon people that were there before. And so the breakdown gives you again the current rate that they're being paid right now, or would be paid right now, which is the start rate, and the new rate would start on July 1st if the budget passes to get their increase. So if you take those and add them up, the total at the end is what that person would make at the end of that year. With the $5,000 added in, it brings it to $112,931. Part-time salary line is $1. I did use part-time salary this year because I didn't have anybody in government buildings except one person. And it's not safe practice to send that person out in cemeteries or mowing lawns by themselves, if they would get hurt, I wouldn't even know. I try to keep somebody with them. And I just left $1 in that line, just in case we can't hire, I can find a part-time guy to come in for the summer, if I can find a part-time person. So then anyway, the FICA increased by $490, and Medicare increased by $115 again due to trying to absorb those raises. Uniforms is $450, that is just for boots. They get the $150 for the boots. Contract services, $20,054. What this line is, and I can go to that list. We have grub control for $1,030. Is that in there? We have urban tree, which does grub and weed control, which is combined. I have them separated out on the sheet, but it's combined on that spreadsheet up there, so I'll go with that one. So urban tree does our grub and weed control. That's a $3,009 cost a year. Sebastian Septic pumps all the septic tanks in town, and he does that once a year. That's $1,440. Service Experts has our maintenance on our boilers, which they come and do a cleaning. That cost right there is just the cleanings and inspections in the fall. They do all town buildings. I have every building in this town that has a boiler in it covered under that cost right there. Quality Fire Protection does all of our fire extinguishers, so they'll come in and test our fire extinguishers. If we need to replace them, then we replace them, but we have them inspected annually with that company. The state of New Hampshire inspects the elevators and tests them. That's a $750 cost. JP Pest Control for all town buildings is $2,800. That's fire, that's police, town hall, and transfer and public works buildings. Milton Hardware, we contract that out to have our blades sharpened for our mowers. The generator connection is the police department's generator maintenance. And then we go out if we need ball field maintenance for example, Cameron's came in and replaced sod one year, and they've reseeded. They come in and reseed and slice seed the field and do different types of different maintenances on that. And then the library lift maintenance, that's we have a company currently doing that out of Massachusetts. They're the ones that installed it. They come up, they check it out before the state gets there, make any adjustments that needs to be made on that lift, and then it gets inspected by the state. Any questions on that?
Only question was,
What's that?
just on your handout here, the elevator inspections, I'm believing the $750. You got $450 on our handout, and $750 up there. It was just
The handout.
the handout was just different.
Right, well,
That's
if
all.
you take, I see on my
That
handout, though,
spreadsheet
I got
is
two of them
off.
for $450 and $300.
Okay, that's
They're
probably
just
Yeah.
combined together.
okay. Well, that's
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
that was explained in that. I knew it wasn't going to be much of anything. That makes sense. I was going to say 450 is low.
Okay, professional services, $1. Electricity, a $600 decrease down to $9,000. This electric line pays for this building. It pays for the townhouse. It pays for all the parks in town, like up in Milton Mills, that park, and like the Christmas trees, the Veterans Park, the Dam Park, pays for everything that's town owned, except for police, fire, and highway.
Okay.
And again, I think the lighting has allowed us to drop that a little bit. Heating, $1,000 decrease. Again, I think that's due to the price, and I based it on last year's usage, so that's what I come up with. Water, currently was $5,750. I'm proposing $3,000 with a decrease of $2,750, and that's just based upon usage. The price went up a few years ago when we were told that we were gonna get a 15% increase, and to prepare for that, and the
It
increase
didn't
never
happen.
came. So we can drop that back down. Supplies increased by $2,500, and the reason for that is the cleaning. And also the other cost that we picked up this year was due to COVID-19. We had to purchase equipment and chemicals to come in and fog the town hall and the different buildings where the public goes in. So every morning that he comes in and he fogs it. So
Are we
That's
getting
not-
anything back on
yeah.
that from the state? We are.
Yes.
Okay.
That included in both of the applications through the Gopher fund.
Okay. Well, with that in mind, if that is still gonna be a part of the plan for next year, I would think I mean,
Is
the reason
FEMA
I say, why wouldn't we increase the default piece of it or something, because we're not gonna absorb that cost if we're gonna get refunded for it.
Does FEMA absorb any of that?
they did in the beginning. I mean, when we had to buy the machinery,
Yeah.
we did put that under the Gopher fund. But I don't see anything that says that they're gonna give us chemicals next year.
No, I'm just trying to find out if I mean, well, obviously, we don't know if we're gonna have to continue down that
Right.
pace either, so it's a guess at this point. But my thought is if we've been reimbursed now, we could try to offset that cost. We're guessing at this. You know, we're trying to say that we're gonna spend more money. I think it should be counterbalanced until we figure that out. You know?
So that's my increase. The increase came from cleaning the buildings, and we clean all the buildings. Town hall, police, fire, library, public works, we clean everything. Postage, $10. Vehicle fuel, $4,000. Building maintenance, $20,000. And I know that that's not showing, a lot spent, but we had COVID for, 4 or 5 months where we wasn't in police station at all. We wasn't in fire station at all. We wasn't in this building. So things kinda didn't get used or didn't get taken care of as much as they would have if we'd have been in the building. And the other thing is you're gonna see a big chunk of that come out because we're doing the roof up on the school building, so you're gonna see an $8,000 or $9,000 charge to that line, at least that. And there's some other things that come up in last year, if you looked at last year, we ended up having to replace a boiler at the library, which was a significant amount of money, and then we had to encumber money to do a new liner in the chimney, which was a cost that we hadn't planned on, and that was done this year.
So we're clear, it's the school building that's up on.
The library. Oh, the little one up
The
on
little
the.
schoolhouse.
Yeah, not school.
No,
Right.
the little Plymouth.
Right.
Old.
So I just level funded that line.
Makes sense.
Cemetery, I put $1 in there. Currently, I can't do the cemeteries because I don't have the manpower. It's not so much a money thing, it's a manpower thing for the cemeteries. And so we took that out to allow the cemetery trustees to do what they need to do. If they have to contract or whatever the case may be. And I'm not saying that in the future, if things can get straightened out, that we may not go back to that. I don't know what's gonna happen with it, but right now, it's a manpower thing that we can't do that. And we talked about not doing it if we were gonna eliminate positions, because we definitely would have manpower for a bunch of different things. Equipment maintenance stayed the same, 1,000, and that just maintains everything that they have, that they use. Equipment purchase, I eliminated $5,600 out of that. I didn't anticipate any huge purchases this year, and it just gives us $1,000 to purchase the smaller items if that has to be replaced or we have to pick something up. Equipment lease is $500, no change. That line is there because one year we lost power and we had to lease some equipment to run town hall. So we put that in there in case something happens that we have to get a generator for town hall or something, or whatever comes up. It's just there for that place marker. Miscellaneous is $1, again, that's just a line to keep open for things that I anticipated. So the current year budget for 2020 was $193,621. we're proposing $189,700 with a decrease of $3,921, which is a 2.03% under 2020's default.
Question, on the contract services, there's still quite a bit available. Is there a reason that something just hasn't been expended yet?
Yeah, we haven't done any ball field maintenance. There's things that if we don't redo it, we just don't spend it, we leave it there. So, and the kids didn't use the field this year. Nothing's been done over there, so we really didn't do any work over there at all.
Is any of this due to part of the drought we've had this year?
What's that?
Is any of this due to part of the drought that we've had this year?
Well, yeah, we're not mowing this nowhere near as much, but the reality is the field didn't get used. We put a lot of maintenance into the field when the kids use it for baseball in the spring, because the grass just starts to grow when they want to get on, like in April. So it tears it up more than letting the grass get going and get rooted in there. So we usually go back and we'll seed it a little bit, or we'll have Camerons come in, slice seed it or whatever. We just haven't done any of that this year. We didn't need to because they weren't on it. We just tried to let it. We just kind of basically let it go.
Was that also like the pest control and stuff like that would go over there?
Pest control, we still did that. We still sprayed and we tried to fertilize a little bit, but again, it's
Not
been
getting
dry.
used, it
Yeah.
doesn't
And we've
get
been
warm.
putting water to it, but still it's dry.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Pat. And your last budget, the solid waste.
Okay, solid waste was another budget this year that, it's just, I can't control this one. A lot of this stuff has to do with state regulations and tipping fees, and it's hard to keep this one under control. But, solid waste, disposal is 37% of the budget. Part-time line is 25%, full-time line is 23%, and then it trickles down from there. Full-time salary line, and again, this is, Humphrey, let you know, this is the same scenario.
No, I understand that.
As every other one. That's why it looks like it's such a big increase, but it's really increases over time.
No, like I said, you gave us the numbers to work with, Pat, and that's what we were asking for.
So, it was 44,282, and it's increased to 55,668, which is a $6,286 increase again, and that allows $2,000 for overtime for that person to come in, get the transfer station prepped during a snowstorm, so that we don't have to close it, and people can come in, get it cleaned out, that type of stuff. And there's the rate breakdown for that, for the supervisor. The full-time person is the supervisor who runs the operation. And the part-time line, now this part-time line is for three employees. There's a 30-hour employee, a 20-hour employee, and a 16-hour employee. So that's a total of $54,035, which is an increase of $3,195. And we have one open position there, which changed that a little bit because the person that was there was making more money than I have in the 16-hour position on the breakdown. So there's the breakdown, current rates, total at the bottom. Again, the truck driver is 20 hours, then there's an attendant for 16 for Saturday and Sunday, and then there's a solid waste attendant for 30 hours, and that's 3 8-hour days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and Monday is a 6-hour day. FICA increased $588 to be $6,486. Medicare, $136 $7 increase to 1,517. Training is 600. We have to have this line because we have, about a half a dozen people that have solid waste licenses, and you have to have a license in order to operate the transfer station. Myself and the foreman hold a senior operator's license. You have to have a senior operator's license to manage one, and the rest of them are in wherever, however many years they got in it. It goes based on your contact hours, because you have to have contact hours every year in order to maintain your license, so you have to go to some sort of training someplace. Or if I can get Primex to come in and give me training that qualifies under solid waste, then we can use that and at no cost, but that's what that's there for. Uniforms, $600, that's again for boots. Contract services, $9,800, no change. This is to monitor the air, the water, the gases on the cap. Most of that takes care of that. They have to come in every so often. They have to check the air quality in our buildings, and they have to monitor the water wells that we have up there. And they actually had been mandated by the state to come in and physically inspect the cap 2 times a year instead of 1. So now they gotta make another trip, but I think we're winding down and the money will cover that extra, and we can do some of that work ourselves too, so I'm not gonna increase that. Here's one of the big ones. This is tipping fees, and so a couple of months ago, I had to sit down with Waste Management because our contract at the end of the year expires and we have to renew our contract, and they're the only place that we can dump our trash. And so we had a 3.5% increase in tipping fees for starting January 1st. We automatic, it's gonna go 3.5% up. So we set that number for that 3.5% increase. The other problem that we were having in the transfer station is that we were receiving revenues for paper, and we were able to get rid of our commingles for free. Now we're paying up to $125 a ton for commingles to get rid of them. We have paid up to $80 a ton to get rid of the paper. If we dump it in Waste Management, that's gonna cost us more, so we elect to shop around to see what the cheapest rate is going to be, which is why we take our paper to mass and we can get rid of it down there for, sometimes it's $25 a ton, sometimes it's $60 a ton. It changes week to week, so I can't tell you what it's gonna be. It's gonna be based upon the market that week. Same with the commingles. Waste Management will charge us about $145 a ton to get rid of it. We can go to Bill Ricker Mass and get rid of it for $100 or $105. Again, changes week to week. So the revolving account was set up to pay part of the tipping fees for revenues that come in, like bulky. So when you weigh on bulky and you pay the price for bulky, the money that you pay for bulky is just paying to tip that stuff wherever we're gonna haul it. We had been paying for paper out of revolving account for quite some time, which is really starting to draw on a revolving account. The revolving account does take care of a lot of services in this budget, and I'll get into more of that later on, but just so you know, I added that paper tipping fee to that line because the revolving account's not gonna hold it, and it's a cost now. Plus I had to add money to that line for the commingles because of the cost of them. Again, we were getting them, dumping them for free before, so that's $66,000 if you look back across that spreadsheet I gave you. That was only for MSW, which is household trash. Now you've got all this other stuff that we're paying for that's not in a revolving account. So that's the increase. And just another little tidbit on this, Waste Management's only licensed to run 14 more years. If they don't find a way to expand or do something locally in 14 more years, that number's gonna be blown right out of the water, cause we're gonna be sending our stuff by rail, probably in the Midwest, and it's not gonna be cheap. So, you know, again, this is something that the town can't control. We do the best we can by marketing everything that we can, but they control it. You know, Waste Management's not Fortune 500 for nothing.
I could say something.
Rental, $1. Again, if I have to rent something, it comes out of the revolving account. Hazardous waste removal. If somebody throws asbestos in or some kind of hazardous waste, we use the revolving account to handle that. So there's $1 there. Because I couldn't tell you what the cost is gonna be. I know we had asbestos twice come in. One time we were tied up with a container for 3 months and it was about 10 grand. Electricity stayed the same. And there's no LED lights in that up there, so that's just running compactors and what's there. Heat stayed the same, 500. Telephone went up $42, and again, that's based on usage, data usage. It's a cell phone, and it uses the Cube card to do transactions, so just an increase in that a little bit. Supplies was a $854 decrease down to, from $21.59 down to $1,305. Postage $10. Operating supplies $1. Again, revolving account if we need to. Vehicle fuel $8,000, no change. We seem to be doing okay with that. Building maintenance $1. Equipment maintenance $1. All the compactors, the maintenance on the roll-off truck, any piece of equipment in the transfer station gets taken care of out of the revolving account. Take care of all of it. All the PM maintenance and like we do PM once a year, change out all the hydraulic fluid and all of that stuff, filters and everything, gets taken out of the revolving account. There's nothing in the budget for that. Truck breaks down, pays for that out of the revolving account.
I have a question about this revolving account. Do we put money in that every year through a warrant article?
Nope, the revenues that come in from the transfer station, like the scales, or any items that cost money to drop off, all that money goes into that revolving account. Then we use the money to pay the tipping fees on the stuff that we brought in. And whatever else we can use the money for. And again, we don't know what the price from week to week is gonna be, you know, so it changes, it's up and down. I just don't know, but we've done okay with it. We need to adjust the prices right now because what we have for prices for our commodity, for our items in there is not reflected in what the tipping fees are. So we proposed that to the Board of Selectmen. We need to have a public hearing so that we can adjust that type of stuff. And I think that'll help us level up. But right now, I think our revolving account is going down faster than it's going up.
Yeah.
But we were able to maintain, and that revolving account also set up to purchase another roll-off truck in 2028. And there's like $80,000 supposedly sitting on the side. It shows in the revolving account, but I had to make a sub-account in there. And at the end of every year, I was moving 20 over, 20 over, 20 over, so that the town doesn't have to come up with $200,000 to buy a roll-off truck in 8 more years. So that's all set up to take care of a lot of different things. And the compactors, the 2 compactors that were added up over there in the last few years, that was all revolving. That was a $35,000 revolving payment out of, purchase out of that revolving account with grants that I had got through NRRA and different solid waste places to help offset that cost. So that was no cost to the taxpayers. And the scales that went in, that was a $56,000 purchase. And that came out of the revolving account. That paid for that. The paving that's up there came out of the revolving account. That paid for that. So that revolving account was set up in order to help that transfer station move forward and grow as it needed to grow and take care of the things that it needs to take care of without going to the taxpayers for all of these costs later on.
Thank you.
Equipment purchase, same thing, revolving account. Lease, the same thing, $1. Permit and fees, same thing, revolving account. Miscellaneous, $1. Current year is 205,532, proposed is 217,005, a $11,000 increase, which is a 5.5% over the 2020 default. Again, it's the wages and then the tipping fees that I couldn't control has caused that to go up. The only way that I was gonna be able to lower this budget at all was to eliminate a position, which would have put me back down to the 2020 default budget of 205,000.
Any questions?
Thanks, Pat.
Thanks.
Thanks, Pat.
All right, so let's go right to recreation. Move right along here now.
Do you have a handout for that, or no?
Yep, we should have been handouts that were dropped off yesterday for all three budgets.
Don't have one.
Thank you.
Nope.
Does anybody else need it?
No, I have all of them for everybody. Thanks, Peg. Do you want one, Larry? No. Do. That's always, listen in line. You're welcome.
Aaron. Aaron.
Where's the down? Thank you.
No, that's not the answer.
I don't have to do anything here, just this.
That should. Yeah. So should I just go back? Do you wanna go back one?
Alright, this is the rec budget. You can probably read it off this, will be easier. Maybe. So as you can see, the majority of my budget also is my salaries. And to be precise, all but $7,000 is salary in this line, in this budget. The approved 2020 budget was 42,455, and then with increases in salaries that happened in 2019, it brought it up to 48,651. The line itself increased $6,196, and that reflects a salaried wage of $23.39 an hour. I have now worked for almost 11 years as the director, but have been with Parks and Recreation for over 24 years now. Starting out in 1996 as a volunteer and stayed with them until I got the director's position.
So Karen,
Yep.
before you go, you said the 2021 is 48,651.
Yep, proposed.
That's the
But
proposed.
that's
You-
without any increase. I didn't realize
That's,
that some
well,
of them
that's what
left
I'm,
2%.
okay, so that's what I'm at. That is your current
Yeah,
salary right
yeah,
now.
without an increase.
Thank you, that's what I was looking to
Okay.
get an answer on. Appreciate that.
And the 2020 proposed for the part-time salary line was 8534. The 2021 proposed is 11.7, which reflects an increase of 31.66. This job pays an hourly wage of a straight $18 an hour, which is, I think, now probably the lowest salary in town, or lowest wage for a assistant or a somebody in that level of authority. She has now worked 3 years for us and possesses her associate's degree in business management.
Now, is that the same situation? Is that current salary too?
Yes, yep,
Okay, so there's no increase on
No.
your two lines.
no,
Thank you.
yep. And this just breaks it out, looking at Diana works 17 weeks at the beginning of the budget, and then swaps over to the recreation revolving funds on May 1st and does not come back until November 1st, which accounts for 50% of the cost of having an assistant director. Is offset by monies we raise, by either the summer camp or the beach or one of our programming.
Okay.
Yep.
Humphrey, you just asked about an increase, and there's no increase
From her current salary,
for 2021, but there, it shows an increase from the
2020, which is
2020
actually
by-
back to 2018,
Right,
right?
goes back to the 2018.
That goes back to the 20,
Well, I
that's
know,
why I
but
was
it still
asking
is
those
the
questions.
2020 approved budget, which is the default
Which was the
budget.
default.
Yeah.
But that's showing the 14% increase, so there have been increases.
That was just one step, because that's when they implemented the increase, it was in 2019. From not having any steps for the first 2 years, I think we're still in default.
Okay, thank you, I just wanted.
Fertilizer is up, $580 because of the salary increases. And Medicare is up $135 because of the increases. The rest of these lines I've kept, exactly. Training, we have not touched that line because of COVID. We have not had a chance, and I'm not sure. Typically, we pay for our training in November, and I'm not sure what's gonna happen this year because of the COVID. If they're gonna do an online, or I do know there will still be fees attached, no matter if it's an online, because they have to pay their speakers, and, so we just left that as it was. Uniforms, I take the $125 that we have in there, we split it to $62.50 each, and we take our own clothing and bring it in and have the logo embroidered on our own stuff, cause it's way cheaper. Other than that, we'd get one piece of clothing to wear all year. So that allows us to keep that line steady and low. Contract services is just an open line placeholder. Transportation as well, this is just a placeholder. Professional services, we've used this for doing background checks, for anything that doesn't have an income associated with it. If I do a park project and I need people to come in and help rake and do all this stuff and they wanna volunteer, they're gonna be with children or the seniors, they have to be background checked. It's the law. 2,300 for electricity, that has not changed, we've left it steady. I'm not sure if the rate's going up or not. The telephone, $835 is for my full-time cell phone, and then there's a stipend, and I might have that wrong, there might be a $15 stipend, not a 10, for Diana to use her own personal cell phone year-round, and she does use it. Printing, $200, that's for any flyers or signage that we're told to put up and it's not associated with a program. I've done that with, I don't know, like the Spooktacular, we don't charge people for Easter, the Spooktacular, any of that stuff. So, and you still have to produce flyers and documents for it. Supplies is $1,400. We have made a very little dent in this because of the fact that some of my programs have been shut down. We did not have the ability to have the Easter. We didn't have, I'm not sure what will be coming. The summer kickoff didn't happen. I'm hoping, I was just talking to Rich out in the hall about having Halloween because I think there's a lot of people that want it. And then Winter Carnival and basketball's another one that's on the fence at this point. I'm not sure whether we'll be allowed to use the building or not, but we will do our best to. So that also includes the supplies that it costs to maintain the downstairs, which has been basically shut down, and that's why that line has so much money left in it. But
If
still.
you make a minor adjustment on this, because these handouts will go out to the public, I know your default's 1403. And
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah,
I don't want,
I took it
it's
out.
no, it's only because, and I'm not worried
Okay.
about the $3, Karen, but
No,
these
it's
are gonna
3
go out to
cents.
the, yeah, no, it's $1,403 is what I was saying.
$3,
Yeah.
okay.
So it's only because these handouts will be what we'll use for the
Okay.
public later on.
That's
All
what
right.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's what I
Yep.
picked up.
Postage, $200, and that's the same if we need to send flyers out or we wanna do, I've been asked to start doing the newsletter again, I don't know if we'll ever get to the point, but that covers, anything that we need to send out. Operating supplies is just a placeholder, building maintenance is a placeholder, these were all turned over to Public Works a long time ago, grounds maintenance. Equipment maintenance is $250, that's if I have to replace something in the office downstairs. I don't know if we will or not, but if we do that, I usually combine that with my other two budgets I'm gonna present, because you're not gonna get a computer or a monitor or whatever else we need down there for $250, so I combine the three of them.
So the tractor you have down for the beach,
Yep.
who maintains that? Is that?
Pat does, yep,
I know.
Through the revolving.
That line is
through the revolving account, yeah, it's still town-owned equipment, whether it's at the beach or not. Equipment purchase, the same thing, $200 to be combined with the two other budgets I oversee in case something needs to, because that office is used for 3 departments. Mileage and travel, that is my stipend, I get 4 times a year to cover the cost of running my personal vehicle, between gas and just wear and tear and things, so I don't have any vehicle associated with my department or available to use my allotment. Dues and subscriptions is for the NH, Parks and Rec Association, which is coming up, that's why it's still there, cause it usually due in the fall. Miscellaneous $1 just to keep the line open, in case there's something comes up that doesn't fall into any other category. So our total budget, the approved budget, was $62,580, and the proposed budget is $72,657, shows an increase of $1077, but that's with no 2%. And that's it for my rec budget.
Any questions?
Yeah, just, and this was a public, I was asked to ask a public question, I'm gonna ask a public question. As far as the, because I know the only cost, we don't have a separate heat cost, it's just an electric cost over it. But is there a reason, the question, is there a reason why you're there after October as opposed to here after
We're
October?
now open to, well, we have people on that site all year round. They're there during the fall, we don't close the gates until the end of October, and then we open them back up on December 15th for the Board of Selectmen for winter access, so.
Okay, so,
Yeah,
and somebody,
it
so
is.
somebody's there to be able to make.
All the time.
Okay, that's why,
Yeah, we
that's
have
answering the
kids.
question.
That playground never closes down.
Yep. Okay.
And unfortunately, that's where some of the activity that's not so nice that goes on down there. So it's nice to have eyes
Okay,
and ears down there.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we'll move right along to the.
No, just hold on one second, Andy.
Yeah,
I just
no-
wanna
no
make sure,
worries.
you had, I'm just trying to compare the two with what you gave us, cause your handout here did reflect the 1403, but you've got ground maintenance and building maintenance is 0, but I know you keep $1 in there just in case.
One of mine came up as 0, and I don't know why.
Yeah, it's in your handout, just shows 0, so when you
Okay.
go back for,
Go back and make
for
sure
later
they
on, just
match.
make sure it matches, that's all.
Okay,
Maintenance and grounds.
Yeah, the
Or
maintenance and
buildings
grounds
and
and
grounds.
this
should
one,
have 0, not 1.
they both got 0s, they should
It
be
should have
1.
one.
Should be 1,
Yeah.
alright.
Is that it, Humphrey?
Huh?
Is that it?
That's it, yeah, that's it, very
All right.
simple.
More, but I don't know how to make this go backwards.
Okay, so,
I don't wanna touch nothing. Yeah, nope, yeah, it's on the stick, but there's 2.
It's a different
Yes,
file.
there's 2 different files on this. Do you close out?
I can't figure out why I can't find it on my computer. They're bouncing around.
Yes, I don't know if he still
Found
has
the
that.
trustee,
Oh, you know what, wait a minute, hold on.
here's the checklist, right there.
We take the stick out and put it back there's no other successful presentation. We're done.
Oh, it may not be the same. Well, just go to the next page and see if it looks like this.
Perfect.
Cause that may be an old one, I don't know.
All right,
All
my
right,
next one.
move right along here.
Yep,
Okay.
quick.
Supervisors of checklist.
All right, so the supervisor of the checklist, this is the proposed budget, which went down in one area but went up in another. In 2021, it is state mandated that we do a purge of the checklist. This happens every 10 years. I've upped it by $250 the postage, have no idea if it's, I was involved in the one 10 years ago, but I have no idea how many letters we're gonna actually have to send out. And alright, so we're down from 4 elections to just 2 elections this coming year. One emergency one and one normal, which will be the town meeting. That's it. Thank you very much. I've had enough elections for this year.
Not yet, you haven't.
Yeah, we're not even done the big one. The line provides, as I explained, for 3 supervisors at $10.85 an hour. And that will cover the 2 of them. And the second explanation is for the purge of the checklist. And I have never, like I said, I was never in charge when it happened, so I'm not sure until the state mandates come down what I'm in for or what I'm looking at. So this is kind of a guesstimation.
So-
Printing,
Back to the number of elections.
Yep.
2020 default is counted at 4.
because it was a default, it hasn't changed.
It didn't change.
It didn't
Okay.
change. It
Yeah,
was
it never
back for
changed
when,
from before that.
right. We've just been, we have to go with the same numbers whether the elections increased or not.
There was a request for an
There was a
increase
request for an increase.
last year, but it never came through because
So
it went to the
2020
default.
default is actually
The
4.
Same as.
No, I don't think
no,
so. This
no,
was-
That's
it's-
what I just asked, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
no,
sorry,
it's
no.
not, it's the
It
same
was
as
what,
pre.
I think there might have been
That's what I'm asking.
2 or 3 elections in
Yeah.
the 20.
Okay, because
I can't tell you that off I'd have to go back and.
No, but I can tell you, I know when we looked at it last
Looking at
year,
the
as a matter of
two-
fact, I've got it here, last year, the request was to
Up it
up
because we
it
had 4
because of the,
elections.
as a matter of
Right.
fact, it was supposed to go to 4810, so the 34.
right, which is why I was asking how
Yeah.
many does the default actually
I think
cover?
2 and an emergency.
Yeah, because you always have a possibility of a third.
Which would then be why our numbers for this proposed year is so close to the
Yeah.
actual default
Fall
of
number,
this
correct.
current.
Yep, makes sense.
That's just making
So printing, we're leaving it at 100, that covers things that we have to put up. We do a lot of postings for the, meetings and anything that we have to let the, voters know that's coming up or what we're gonna do.
Is it hold on, back to that a minute, is it 100, you've got 100 there, but you've got 200. You have
In the
200 in
default?
you have 200 in both the proposed, in the handout as well
Right,
as
so
in the
this is a
spreadsheet.
mistake.
Yeah, that, I think,
That should be 200.
okay, that's why I wanted to make sure.
Yep. Office supplies, again, 200, that covers paper,
It's just the
ink.
slide peg that needed to
Yep.
be changed.
Oh, the
Yeah.
slide, okay.
The slide
that's
was,
fine,
yeah,
okay.
the handout's right.
And then postage, like I said, I'm adding $250 to that. I'm not sure if it will cover it all. We may over, we may be under. I do know the last time there were a lot, over probably 1,500 letters that went out, so. Equipment maintenance, 100, in case anything goes wrong and I have to have it fixed. And equipment purchase, 150, and this is combined with the other 2 budgets to give us a little bit of money in case something needs to be replaced. Mileage and travel is $100, so that it covers the cost of going to training, which again, we haven't gone to training because they didn't have an in-person training this year. So the total request is for $36,2570, which is an increase of $228.30.
Okay, any questions?
Nope.
Alrighty. Moving along to your next one is the trustees of the trust fund.
Get
Okay, where's Julius? There he is.
MC, Mr. Computer.
So that's all, alright, I didn't know that, because I clicked that. Into there.
This is all new equipment too, by the way, that we got through a grant through, through Atlantic
Alright,
Broadband,
trustee,
so.
this trust funds is, just to flatline budget, it has, nothing is changing on this. One of the trustees, which is our treasurer, bookkeeper, gets paid, and her stipend is $23.10, FICA and Medicare. Can't do a subtotal, but,
Right,
the other two trustees volunteer their time,
that's why I asked that.
that's the way it rolls. Thank you. You're welcome. So the salary looks to be like 70% of the budget. Yeah, the elected bookkeeper handles all the investments, all the, communication between the, investors and the trustees, and then keeps all the bookwork on it, and she does a great job.
That she does.
FICA is $144 for her yearly stipend and $35 for the Medicare that goes with the stipend. Training, we have $1 in there, I hope. They used to, we asked in, before the last default for $225, because you now to go to these trustee seminars, which we should be going to, there is no, they used to do them for free, now they charge for everything. So I had asked to put the $225 in, but with the mandate to keep it level funded, I did not put it in as the request. Printing and copying, $200, that covers ink and paper that we need to, we have multiple reports that we print out. Office supplies, again, anything we need to, binders, rulers, whatever we need. Monthly reports, letters, minutes. Trustee postage is $50, and that handles any correspondence back and forth to the mandatory filings and back and forth with information to the investors. Equipment maintenance is $100 in case something goes wrong with any of our equipment. Equipment purchase, again, is $150, and I combine it with my other two budgets if we actually need to purchase something. Mileage and travel is $100, and that will cover the, bookkeeper for trips back and forth to the mail, to town hall, and any other running around she needs to do for us. So in the end, proposed is exactly the same as the, approved 2020 for $329. $3,290.
Okay, thank you.
That was a lot to get out.
Any questions? Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, mild humor. You were not speaking loud enough when you said that this new equipment came as a grant from Atlantic Broadband. And I just think that should go out, loud and clear, that when the town of Milton gets a nickel, it pinches it and gets 4 cents change.
Julia, you need to check it.
So that's just
Yeah, thank you, Larry.
2 points to your team.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on, we'll go with the library.
Yep.
Library information.
The library is up next. Mrs. Baker.
We're so lucky to have Julius.
We are very
We are
fortunate.
today for sure.
Thank you.
Thank
She
you.
said we're very lucky to have Julia.
Is it part of anything?
I'm sorry? Yeah, I got no paper because I figured you had enough trees. And
So it's just the proposed budget we have in front of us.
correct.
Is that, so
Yes.
that's what you got? Okay?
So,
have a comparison for you. In 2020, the budget was $59,708. And the library budget is roughly 1.34% of the overall town budget, and it represents about 24 cents of the 2020 budget. I'm asking for a small increase of about 0.5% to $60,002. And this 1.36% of the town budget, I don't know if that's correct based on the numbers from the last selectmen's meeting. And then the default number will be the same as this year's budget. Okay, part-time salary, FICA and Medicare. All of the employees are part-time, one library director, 3 assistants, and I have 2 page positions currently. So I'm asking for a small increase in the salary, which will again affect the FICA and Medicare, of just over $200.
Hey, what was the, you said the director, the assistants, and then you had a 4th one that I did not.
Pages. So pages are usually high school kids that come in and shelf and, help with the assistants are essentially the circuit desk.
Thank you. I just never heard that phrase before.
Okay, all set?
Yep,
Yep,
thank you.
all right.
Try page of the book.
Cool.
Then I have more than 2.
You have 2 pages of a book, all right.
Okay, contracted services, I'm not requesting any extras. This is website, site hosting and catalog, the downloadable book consortium, fire alarm, panic button, and I stick in presenters there as well. And in the past, I've used it, for any contractors that needed to come in that didn't know when the government buildings done. Custodial services is $1. We switched that over to government buildings. I'm keeping it there for just leaving the line open. The electric, I'm hoping to cut about 47.5% based on usage. The heat, I'm keeping about the same. Telephone, I'm asking for an increase. I would like to improve our internet service for our patrons. And they do have access to the internet even when the building is closed. We did have somebody who came in and put in a Wi-Fi extender. But what a Wi-Fi extender does is, while it beams it out further somehow, it halves the amount of download speed, if that makes sense.
It actually depends on the type of service you have, because some of the extenders can actually increase your speed. Because it combines the lines to do it, so it would depend on the type that was put in.
I will tell you, we do not have that type.
I'm not doubting you, I just said some can do that, that's all.
So is that something that if they don't go in the building, they can be outside the building to use? Is that what you're
Correct.
saying?
And I do have people that do that.
Okay.
A hotspot.
Hotspots are essentially cell phones.
Yeah, they're more expensive.
Yeah.
This is just so people can use, so is it publicly available, or do you have to know the password?
The Wi-Fi?
Yeah,
It's publicly available. There's no password on it.
Good.
Office supplies, there's no increase or decrease here. This is media processing, event food, materials, craft supplies, toilet paper, paper towels, tissues, cleaning supplies. Postage, we have an annual mailbox fee of $90. When they first started charging us, it was $75. So it has gone up. I also use this for certified mail. Program supplies are the actual media that we buy for everyone. Equipment purchases, chairs, rugs, desks, racks, etc. No change there. 75 hardware, software, $75. No change. No change in the mileage. Obviously, I haven't used it this year, but in the past, I used this for going to the state library, going to other libraries, and if I go to a conference or professional development. Dues. I belong to the New Hampshire Library Association, the New Hampshire Trustee Association, the Rochester Area Library Co-op. I also belong to another co-op that circulates a 3D printer. I also put in conference fees here. I did decrease it a little bit this year. And miscellaneous is $1. I do that. I use that line for background checks. Haven't used it for anything else in a long time, but just for any other expenses. Okay, so but what I really wanted to tell you is that just because we've had this crazy year doesn't mean that we're not doing things for the community. We started out with, January and February, in the beginning of March, we had 395 patrons coming through the door. We had a regular story time, and each week we had between 6 and 10 children on Thursday morning. After the stay-at-home order, the New Hampshire State Library suspended open hours and interlibrary loan services, and I followed in kind. During March and April, the staff that did have the ability to work from home did so. We worked together online to keep up the library website, social media presence, looked for online resources and up to date, keeping our online resources up to date and engaging our patrons. In addition, the staff continued to pursue grants to benefit the patrons as well as the building. To supplement the downloadable book consortium, we also added a new service called Hoopla, and it's been very popular. Since we announced this service, we have had 53 new patrons, and that's more than what I get on an annual basis. And these are all Milton residents. And so I included the numbers of transactions this year in both the downloadable book consortium and in Hoopla. In June, we started offering porch-side services, and then I mentioned we have the Wi-Fi booster that we also put in. We did have a summer reading program this year, thanks to a CARES Ag grant that was written by the New Hampshire State Library. We had an online tracking program, and we also had the Milton Elementary Media Specialist come in once a week to engage the children on Facebook. We also had another grant that brought in a performer, and that was really popular. We had over 1,700 views from that. and usually if I get that grant during the summer, I'll have maybe 150 kids, at the event. We also put up 2 story walks, one in Bradshaw Farms and one through Milton Mills. We've changed out the one at Bradshaw Farms for anybody who wants to go and see the new one, and this is, you know, anticipating doing something besides sitting in front of a computer. We are offering browsing by appointments now. The interlibrary loan service is up and running again, and we're still offering porch side service. And I started an outside story time last week, and I had 9 children, which is actually pretty good. We are continuing to offer what we can. We want to keep our patrons and our staff safe. So as the health information changes, so will our services, and the best way to keep up to date is to keep up with our website. And with that is what I have for you.
Okay, go ahead.
If I can just add that, we did have Moose Mountains up there, but because we did not have the Woods, Water and Wildlife Festival, we did the Explorers Club, and thank you, Betsy, because she put together a comprehensive list of kids' books that went along with it, so that on a rainy day, rather than the kids being out and exploring around, you know, they would have something to read. So very, very helpful. So I'm going to personally say thank you again. That's
You're welcome.
another service of the library.
I just, oh, go ahead, Lisa.
I can say that I've seen it, like, from a parent's perspective, and on Facebook and everything, you guys have done a good job of promoting, and being a presence to try and help for the kids to, have things to do. And cause that's something that when the kids were home, they needed stuff, and you guys really, from the beginning, you guys kept on it. Instead of just falling and saying, oh, well, we can't do anything, and not doing anything, you guys have kept on it, and I think that's great.
Well, and to that end, I will also say that without the state library attaining all of these grants, we would have just said,
One thing to note, I know we didn't have it last year, but the library database, the line item that we've had in the budget is at 0. Are we gonna keep that at 0 or keep $1 in there? Because I mean, at some point, we're gonna have a situation where we're gonna have to do something with the database, I'm sure. This is for Ernie as much as anything else, because there wasn't anything in the default budget. It was at 0 and it's still at 0, but we do have that 393 line item that should at least have $1 in there in the event we have to do something with the database. That's a question to you. I can show you here what I'm talking about.
I think that's an old line.
Well, that's why I'm asking. I don't know, Betsy, if that was one that was gonna be necessary or not.
Our entire catalog, our entire collection, we have online. It's through contracted services.
Okay, so it's maintained under that? All right, then it might be one, then it's for Ernie. We can eliminate that line item event from the database and the report. Spreadsheet, I should say. Thank you, Betsy.
All right, any other questions? All right, thanks, Betsy, so much. You're doing such a great job. And we will move right on to the tax collector.
Okay, so, Michelle is at home, obviously.
Yeah.
She can call in if you'd like to have her talk from there, the budget that way.
Or can you do it?
I can go through it, and maybe I'll answer some of the questions.
They are better at something.
Right.
So,
Yep.
let me just
Thanks,
give her.
Betsy. Handout, just the.
Do we not have a handout for her department as well? Or is that hiding in the corner?
I don't think there is one.
Yeah, there's one right here.
Oh, there is, okay.
There is one.
We did
So
not
glad
have-
I asked.
I am too, because we didn't have one in our hand.
Thanks, guys.
I'm glad you asked this one. I go by this, but no one goes by that.
Michelle, I think.
No worries, thank you.
There you go.
Take a picture of it, appreciate it. Oh, look at
Look
this.
at this, you cheater.
It works.
Yeah.
I have a magnifying page, I couldn't find it though.
Hello?
Oh, like a whole page?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
All right, so.
So this is the tax collector. She's on the phone, Michelle Beauchamp, and she's gonna give her budget.
Yep. All right. Can you see everything there? All right.
You want me to say next every time I need a page change?
That's probably the way you're gonna have to do it.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yep.
First off, I wanted to thank Julius. He's the one who put together my PowerPoint and my graphs for my presentation. Ernie, if you could go to the next page.
Right there?
Yep. So, as you can see from the graphs, about over 80% of my budget for my office is salary, FICA, and Medicare. If you go to the next graph.
Okay.
I think there's a slight delay getting.
Proposed increase for this budget for this year is 5,205, which is salary, and then a slight increase in the equipment maintenance, and then we have some decreases for professional services and for the equipment, and I'll go over those line by line. And then if you go to the next graph. Julius did such a good job. That's comparison between the 2 years. And then the next one. So for salary part-time, the 2020 budget was for part-time salary was 39,637, and this year's proposal is for 43,202, and that is an increase based on the Board of Selectmen wage adjustment that was done. It's not what I would have preferred to propose to the Board of Selectmen or to the Budget Committee. I would have much rather have seen a proposed full-time position in this office. So if you could skip over to page 23, Ernie.
Slide 3 to 20, page 20, there's not 22 pages.
23 is the breakdown of the estimates.
There
Slide 23.
should be
Slide
right.
23.
Flip it right
There
over.
you go. You got it. So if you look at the difference between the 2018 transactions and the 2019 transactions, you can see that the workload has increased. And of course in 2019 I had staff shortage, and so my part-time help hours for that year were 1,686 hours, which left me with a deficit to pick up. And I believe that was because we were short an employee.
I think you were there.
Yep, that's my bad.
Yeah. So this does not include, COLA or merit. This is based on, the current wages that are being paid.
And
I know
that's,
that was one of the questions from one of the budget committee
That's-
members.
that's
Yeah.
still
About
3
that.
part-time.
All right.
Question,
So go to-
just have a question here, from Ms. Marie, she wanted to know if it was 3 part-time still included in that budget?
It is. I have one that works 1 day. We have a second person who works 1 day. And right now, we are borrowing a clerk from another town. I'd like to have her there 3 days. She's giving me everything that she can right now.
Thank you.
Well. Alright, so if you want to go to the next one, which is the
Here's a question. Okay, Michelle, you have a question here for you from Humphrey?
Yeah, and Michelle, I just wanted to make sure that the increased cost on postage this year, is that being reimbursed through the Gopher Fund because of COVID?
There is a grant available for, I believe, the absentee ballots, yes. I'm not sure, about the motor vehicle. I think I forwarded that on to Ernie.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanna make sure that we've got whatever we could because of the increased cost, and we should go to the state with that.
Yeah, I know the last expenditure report that you saw, had a really high number, and that was incorrect, and that's being looked at.
Yeah, it's showing about 135% over, that's why question.
Yeah, I wanna say it was the month of either July or August, there was a huge expense,
Yep.
and that was an incorrect number.
Okay.
Okay, so it includes, let's see, for online services, the motor vehicle registrations we send out, the dog tags, vital records, beach passes, boat passes, the transfer station decals. It includes dog letters that we mail out to new dogs in town, where we receive something from the veterinarian saying that we have a new dog. It includes the cost of the tax and sewer bills that we mail out in July and December, delinquent tax notices, certified and pending lien notices, the certified mortgage lien notices, certified and pending deed notices, and the registry of deeds, the lien and the lien redemptions that we do monthly.
Another question from Chairman, Williams?
Now, under the sewer bills, does that also, do you get anything back from the water and sewer district on that?
I don't do the water district, it's only the sewer district, which is part of the town, I do not.
Okay,
reimburse
alright,
that.
alright, thank you.
And it really is no additional cost for us to do that one, because we put the sewer bills in with the tax bills instead of mailing them separately to save the town money.
Alright, that makes sense, thank you.
You're welcome. So for the next one on equipment maintenance, this is the slight increase I was talking about, it's gonna be $50. LHS, is the only company, I believe their contracts with the state, not with us, they notified us, they told us that their fee would increase by $50 for next year.
Question.
Okay, just quickly, if that's a contract item,
Should increase.
then that $300 should be part of the default.
Yep.
The contract's through the state, not with the town, so I can't answer that.
I think that's a valid.
It's still a
Yeah, it
contract.
should.
Okay, yeah,
It
because
means
it's
the
some
state
sort of a
paid for
contract.
salt, so we could do that.
It's the same principle,
The
right?
only thing is, the state does not require us to use a ballot machine. There are towns that still do hand counts. So,
Well, we'll talk about that and figure it out, but just, you might wanna note it.
okay. So on equipment purchase, that is a line that's actually decreased. And it was brought up last year during the budget season of, could we put the printer, the special printer that we need for motor vehicle registrations, in the technology fund, and that is what we've done. So we've decreased that by $1,000, and if and when a printer is needed, we will take that from the technology fund. So the remaining in there is for a safe replacement. So money on travel. The budget last year was $250, we're proposing the same amount. I don't think we've actually used it this year, because, well, obviously, because we haven't gone anywhere and training's been canceled. And I have never charged, I don't think I've ever charged the town for going to the post office, but, this line is for if and when, someone does need to go to training and the town vehicle's not available, that would cover conferences, training, and going to the post office. Next. Membership and dues. If you look at this, you've paid attention.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so it was $40 for 2020, we're proposing the same amount, I have not heard that those fees would increase this year, and I highly doubt that they will, so we'll leave it at the same. It covers the New Hampshire Town Clerks Association dues and the New Hampshire Tax Collectors dues. Next.
I appreciate that, Michelle.
The hourly rates for clerk 1, clerk 2, clerk 3.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, at least now I know that what you're showing the current salaries, that was the key. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. And it also shows that we didn't propose any 2% or any COLA.
No, and and Michelle, that's the important information, because we want to make sure the public doesn't look and say, look, that's a huge increase, when the reality is there's no increase over current salary.
All right. Thank you for having to deal with me doing this over the phone. I apologize. Not the way I would have wanted to do it.
Any questions? No questions.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a wonderful afternoon.
You too.
Nice too.
All right. So we're on to the moderator. Moderator's budget.
I do have a email from him. He did send in his numbers the other day.
Yeah, I saw the modified numbers.
So he says, please find attached the budget I'm proposing next year for moderator's line. I have always based my budget on the elections scheduled +1. The reason is several years ago, we had a state legislature who got done after 30 days. A new round of elections were necessary. When that occurred, the town had a tight budget, but then had to dig even deeper to find the dollars necessary to print ballots and run the election. Chris Jacob.
Yep.
So his salary went down, I'm assuming that's gonna be based on your elections in this year, okay?
I think he reduced it overall because he had it as 3, now it's just dealing with the 2, yeah.
Okay. Okay, good job.
So any
The only
questions?
question I had on that one, Ernie, is for you, where he's paid Social Security and Medicare, is not listed in there. And it hasn't been, but I know it has to be charged, and it's a default issue, so
Can you look into that?
any of the salaries, he's gonna be paying, the benefits, paying FICA, so.
That'd be very.
It's very minimal, but the
Right.
thing, and it doesn't impact the, because, it's gonna be a default, but it
Mhm.
should still be covered when we're going over salaries there.
All right, so,
But isn't there a minimum though? I'm sorry, there's a minimum before you actually charge FICA and Medicare?
I'm not sure what that number is, that's why I wanna make sure of it, because
Okay, but I
every
think
other
there
one,
is a
every
number.
other one out there, all the other lines, we've got that in everything else, in every other budget where there's a salary.
Yeah.
There is a Social Security and Medicare line, so.
No, not in supervisor.
Yeah.
Supervisor, the checklist didn't have one either, so. it's possible.
yeah, it's $525, so they might not be any.
Yeah, you might not have to, I just
It
wanted
is
to
in
validate. It's in others.
Minimum salary for FICA to be taken out?
Good,
It is in trustees as well.
yeah.
That was not what I asked.
Do we have anything else on the moderator?
That's all.
Okay, so any questions, other than the salary elected, if FICA and Medicare have to come out? No questions, all right, so, we'll move on to the budget committee.
Budget committee's easy. As soon as we pull that up, just normal view and I'll hit on that. Yep, then we're gonna have to change it. In keeping with the fact that we had asked everyone to try to come in under the default budget, we also reduced our budget because we have not exceeded that budget, and we haven't expended the full budget, so we reduced our budget from the $2,600 default the last few years down to $2,300. Biggest change in that being in professional services, we reduced the fees, based on, we've had fewer meetings needed for a recording secretary, so The overall budget, like I said, dropped down to 2,300, so an 11.5% decrease overall.
Okay,
Questions?
all right,
That was easy.
thank you.
Yep.
So, moving right along to, do you wanna do insurance and benefits?
Sure.
Okay.
Alright, so for insurance and benefits, health insurance, we don't know what the rate's going to be at this point. I had put a, in there, I believe I used 5%. We also had the elimination of the one position on public works, and we deducted a family plan for that, and that comes off of both sides of the equation. So the default budget and the proposed budget, you know, are the same, 495.29. But there being an overall drop of 35,731 from the previous years. Retirement, I've got the current rates in there based on the worksheet that I have on this page right here. It's just taking all the non-police and fire wages and applying the correct percentages during those different periods that they will be in effect. And I have those New Hampshire retirement system notices in my folder if anybody needs to see them.
Okay.
So, the last meeting, we discussed you added an additional buyout to the figure, as well as removed a family plan.
The
And you
buyouts are actually, the only thing that's changed in there at this point is just that figure, where we're removing
The family.
the family.
Okay. Because you stated at that meeting that you were going from 6 buyouts to 7 buyouts when the actual taken based on the expenditure report is only 4.
Okay, I'll have to look at that, as I believe there's a budget in this line right now for 6 buyouts.
Okay.
Where we cover, you know, everybody that's gotten, that was one of the discussions we had, internally, is the chance of that happening, anybody going off, you know, that's there, so we took the money out that is directly related to that position, taken out.
Well, in the idea, if it goes back in, it goes back into both the default as well as the overall operating
Mhm.
budget.
Correct. And nothing else there at this point, has changed. I'll get the unemployment insurance, update and workers' comp. Let's see if well, actually, those are updated. I do have those figures there on the online, dashboard that they just put out, this year. It's very nice to use. And property insurance as well. Now, the one area that we did deduct is, just to try to get that default, piece, just to get the budget down below, is that for property insurance deductions, that's any kind of deduction that you have up front, if you get damage or something, if there is a deductible of 1,000 or whatever the number is, that is what that budget was there to cover. And we thought that we could cover that from the regular budget if we have any of those.
Okay, any questions on insurance and benefits? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we'll move right on to cemetery.
Okay. The cemetery, they dropped the overall budget by $999. This came directly from Mr. Bruce Woodruff, who is, of course, working closely with John Catwick. And John actually came in at the last selectmen's workshop and discussed the cemetery maintenance and how perpetual care funds work and how he's able to use the interest off of the different amounts they charge on the cemetery plots. I believe the charge is $600 per plot, with $200 of it going toward this overall principal that then earns interest that they can spend. So as Pat had discussed earlier, you know, they've taken, the budget, that out of their budget due to manpower issues, but there's still money here. And because a lot of that is reimbursable through the interest on their funds, that's why this budget is down $999, but you want to cut it any further.
Okay. Any questions on cemetery? I see none, okay. All right, thank you, for cemetery. We'll move right along to, planning and codes.
Alright. So this one, at the last meeting, there were some problems with Social Security and Medicare, but those have been corrected. And the salary amounts in here, of course, are exactly what are being paid now. There's no kind of percentage increase actually on any of the budgets in here, other than the ones that had, scheduled increases due to wage schedules. And then, even the increases that took place over that, as has been discussed several times since 2018, those are the things that really that this budget is attempting to make up for. So, overall, the planning and codes budget is up overall $4,364 over last year's budget, and that is really due to the wages there. As you can see, it's all wage related.
So everything's really the same, just the wages.
Right.
No, I understood, and
The
again, being
overtime.
current, that, we know that there's no increase on that, it's just where it shows, so. And I wanna be, so you've got the full-time, the overtime I understand is different, but the full-time and the part-time are both current wages.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions on planning and code? Okay. All set, Humphrey?
Yep, I'm all set.
Alrighty, planning board?
This is actually the budget that they had proposed last
Last
year.
year.
Chairman Humphrey pointed out at the last meeting, the budget committee meeting, I believe it was.
Yeah, yep.
I changed those numbers to reflect that because you did get the default budget. They had lowered it due to better use of escrow funds to pay for some of these development related costs. So that's, at this point, they're down from 1,750 to 1,052.
Okay.
The same thing with the zoning board of adjustments. They had proposed, based on the use of escrow funds from developers to pay for the cost of any kind of appeals. They went from $1,500 down to $650.
Yep.
Alright, thank you.
And Conservation Commission, the selectmen actually decreased that budget in the areas where you see the decreases at the one of the meetings that they had. So they decreased that by $750 from 6123 to 5,373.
Any questions for any of those? Okay, emergency management?
Oh, that one's
Chief
Nathan's
Marink is
coming in.
here.
What's that?
Emergency management.
Oh, same as last year. No changes.
Yeah, no
I
change.
know we already did that one.
Does
It's just
anybody,
the salary, for the directors, or the stipend for the director, and FICA Medicare associated with it, and then the electric line for the Tenerife Mountain radio tower, which is shared by PD, fire, and DPW.
anybody have,
$1,000 seems to be working still. It might be a little bit we can shave out of it if we really need to, but
Yeah.
pretty close.
okay. Any questions on that budget? Okay, thank you. So we are moving along, outside appropriations
Right, these two budgets are the ones that received,
and welfare.
right, the biggest, deductions, and that was based on, I think the first meeting that, staff had with the select board. That was one of the areas that came up, I think to achieve, what, both the budget committee and the select board wanted to achieve in getting down below the default budget without hurting other services more than they're already being hurt. I know the first suggestion came from Chief Kraus on this, but then the discussion evolved beyond that, and the thought was to reduce this from 22,602, and this is the outside appropriation, to maintain budgets for the Wakefield, let's see, we've got the youth sponsorship DARE, Stratford Nutrition Meals on Wheels, American Legion Post 1, the Wakefield Resource Center, and then the We Care food pantry here down at the Revolution Church. So that budget went down $12,302, and that's a result of the discussion and the meetings that we're having.
And just so you know, so any of the other ones are gonna be put on a warrant article, for the voters to determine, how they're gonna be funded. If they wanna fund them, yes, if they don't, then they don't.
And you know, I still have a hard time with that, based on where we are right now. Only from experience with warrant articles. Nope.
Well, there's also another issue in dealing with warrant articles. People are looking at the and I'm not saying this is a no, I mean, but people are looking at the operating budget and thinking tax cap. Warrant articles become that same thing, not gonna do it because of tax cap. I'm torn on this, I understand the reasons behind it, but I'm looking at expenditures like for Cornerstone VNA, we've spent 100% this year, and we're cutting it to 0. That does not make a lot of sense to me. If we weren't spending the money, then some of this makes sense, but when we spent 100% and then cutting it to 0 and saying we're gonna put it on a warrant article, it just becomes, we're not at the final part of the budget, and I know the intent is, because I'm the one that kinda pushed it to come in under the default. I think we're still coming in under the default, but
My question.
Can I just ask, is that why, is the reason why it's spent is because it's just a one lump sum going out?
well, yeah, but $5,652, it's not like it was a $10 expense. This is a pretty, and it wasn't looking for an increase. I mean, it's 100% expended because, yeah, it goes out once a year.
Right, and how do we know how that benefits the community?
They give reports every year to the town.
They do. I don't know the specifics behind it, Claudine, but I do know that all of these things here are for the benefit of the community.
My question would be, if we're eliminating these different appropriations and putting them to warrant, is that cutting ties with the services that they do provide to the town if it doesn't pass?
Yep.
Like Stratford Cap, that takes care of, and it's no secret, I have the experience with these departments. Stratford Cap takes care of the relations to the heating and fuel agencies. So they help pay for the fuel costs of someone in need prior to coming to the office of the town. It helps with security deposits. It helps with electrical services. So if the town decides to put services like this into a warrant article and they fail based on the voters' say, do we now no longer have those services and the town has to make up what Stratford Cap and all other agencies have outsourced to provide at a much substantially lower cost? Is that now going to be on the town to find?
So
I don't know. I'm asking generally.
And I don't know if there is some kind of report that they send in as to how many. We don't need specifics, but how many people does this really apply to in our town?
They do every year.
And I think that needs to be looked at.
I agree.
Yeah. No, and that's what we gotta do. We gotta find out what is benefited.
If we're trying to be careful with our budget, we need to know, how is this really applying to our town? Is it just going into a pot and it's servicing all of Stratford County? That's my concern, is like, let's make sure that it's servicing the people of Milton.
I completely agree. My concern is zeroing it out makes it go away. That's the only issue. Zeroing it. $1 keeps something there in the event that we end up needing it down the line. putting zeros in, cause I'm not saying we don't reduce the amounts. I mean, we need to come up with a way to save, obviously, and that's a big part of it. But putting zeros in when we're spending money is that the right thing to do? And I'm not saying we can't put something on a warrant article, but to take it away completely,
You're eliminating
you're
it.
eliminating it from any services to the town.
I just
Even
wanna-
$1 puts it down that we can go back and revisit
And I
this.
just wanna make it very clear out of transparency, I wasn't fully on board with eliminating, outside appropriations. I was probably one of the only selectmen that had a problem with doing this. But, you know,
Well, we were at a point where we
You were
didn't
the one that
have
made the
any-
motion
any other.
to bring it to what it's at.
Excuse me?
Say it again?
You were the one that made the motion to bring it to where it's at.
Yeah, I maybe did, but, I'm the one that sat here and had a problem with eliminating them too. And I still do. But, you know, the town is, we're at where we are. We need to get below the default budget to move forward.
Yep.
And so,
I
And
think
these were 2 meetings prior to other additional cuts. So we were at a point where we needed to cut something.
Oh, I understand,
So
and here's
that's-
my suggestion,
no
so we
one,
go
no
forward.
one's doubting that.
No, here's my suggestion for going forward, because as I said at the beginning, the idea is questions and answers now. We put $1 back in on these, so that the line items do not go away, and we revisit it if necessary. It's just making them go away completely. And that $1, as a default and as a proposed budget, is not gonna change the bottom line on this.
I think that's the question of the day right now.
Yeah.
Is whether we leave $1 in there or zero it out.
That's
If
the
it
only
has to
question
do,
coming out of it now.
Talking in favor.
And
of
then
whether
we
or
can
not-
go and visit it in other ways as to how we go and approach it if we need additional funds. But to eliminate it completely just does not make sense.
I think as a follow-up on that is to contact the actual agencies and see if
See
there
what we
is
got.
stipulations, if we zero
Yeah.
fund it completely, if they are
Yep.
cutting ties to the town. I don't know. I'm speculating. I have no idea. But I think doing each board's and leadership of the town's due diligence to our residents, I think we need to know that answer.
Mr. Chairman,
So
Yeah.
you-
I have to say something about this. In my early days, when I just started the budget committee, every time we went through the budget process, every one of these organizations would come here and explain their program. And there was a time that I did have a list of all the people that it serviced. I've been trying to find this, because since this came up, I
Yep.
can't find it in my archives, but they do put down the number of people serving all of these agencies, except for the Revolution. And they will give it to you if you ask for it.
right.
Yeah.
But there are people that come here. Also, for some reason it stopped, but they were sending the notices out, the letters, you might have gotten some of those.
Okay.
And they explained their program. But when I first got here, they came here in person and they explained everything.
Mhm.
Whatever happened after that, I don't know why.
All
it
of them,
stopped.
I made a point last year, all of them came in
Yep.
and did that report and provided all
Yes,
of their
I
figures.
remember you
We get that.
mentioned that.
And-
Yeah, I certainly don't have a problem leaving a placeholder in here, to, you know, so we don't get rid of these, so they're never gone forever, but,
And then we just revisit it, that's the whole point.
Chief,
Ernie, what's the bottom line that we are under the default budget currently?
8,000,
Well, I don't know, I've got $16,547.
Yeah, that's what I
16,
see on
yeah.
this.
This right here, 16,000.
Yeah, so we've got that money to kinda work with
I
it.
was gonna say, if you guys wanted to put it back in, you could.
Oh,
put
no,
it back
I
in,
understand
we're
that.
still
I
under
understand that,
default.
Chief.
You don't
Yeah.
have to have the argument.
Thank you,
guys
Chief
are-
Burke.
No, I'm not
That's what I
looking
was
for an
trying to
argument, I just
say.
want $1 in there so we can visit it later instead of zeros, that was the big thing. Don't wipe it out, let's go back and revisit it, that's what the
I know,
point
but
is.
I have to, what I was going to say is exactly what, Rich just said. We are, right now, $16,547 below the default.
Mhm.
Cutting, from outside appropriations, which help people in need, $12,302. I will say again, right now, in this particular time, I do not wanna cut off any benefits that might go to people in this town who are in need. End of discussion.
Well, not end of discussion.
No.
Okay, the question on the floor
Well,
is
the end of my
whether we,
discussion.
the question is on the floor, do we leave a dollar in there, leave the
That's
line
all
open,
it was.
or we zero it out? That's the question on the floor. There's not-
Exactly.
There's a lot of opinions on this, and they're all greatly appreciated. I can remember back in the day when some of these outside appropriations never collected their money, yet they had an amount requested.
And we're still in that situation today, Mike, I agree with you. And you're right, because that was my point, $1. I'm not looking to argue about the overall figure, just let's have something there.
Yeah, so I don't mind putting $1 back into every line,
Lisa had
after Lisa had
I just
answered.
know that when we had our last meeting, there were some discrepancies with the default budget as well, so that 16, there were things that were supposed to be added. I haven't had a chance to
There's some
look at
things
the
we can go
renew
back
and how
and-
much, but maybe go through that with a fine tooth comb to make sure that the default budget is correct as well. 'Cause
We've
we
got
had
some
found-
adjustments today.
Yeah, but I don't know how much anybody's had a
Yep.
chance to really go through it.
Yep.
And because if there's a problem with the default budget, cause there was a couple of, significant issues, then maybe revisit the outside appropriations if that raises.
Okay, Larry?
That, everybody lives downstream. One of the more vicious things that happens in state politics, is geographic tribalism. It's not a hard phrase to translate. Geographic, where you live, tribalism, you ain't part of me. We all are. And to think that we are going to get a bargain out of this budget by dropping an outside appropriation line to zero when you have a visiting nurse service that covers people irrespective of where they live, who they are. It is just such an unkind thing to take a service from somebody. I dislike the Red Cross. I dislike their flag waving patriotism. I laugh at the donuts they serve, but I do not ever disrespect a person who is in danger of death or needing a blanket or a place to stay for the night.
Okay.
So,
And
and
that
then,
is outside appropriation.
Okay.
so in the interest of, also, we've got roughly $3,300 more we looked at, possibly going back into this default budget. So that, gonna bring that line closer to 20,000. So if we go back, if we agree, like we said, the $1, we can move, I think just move forward with that for now.
Okay, I'll make a motion right now, to put $1 back in every,
You don't
Uh,
need to. Yeah, it's yours to make, is it yours right now?
thank you.
proposed?
So I'll make a motion for the $1 to go back in every, placeholder that, in outside appropriations that was, balanced out to zero.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So
Thank
that'll
you.
move that a little bit, like $8.
Yeah, it's not gonna change a lot, but it does keep it there for now.
And I have no problem, it's a board's decision moving down the road. If we wanna put the funds back into the outside appropriations,
Yeah,
I'm 110% on board of doing it. So,
That'll be a meeting that we will take place once we meet.
all right.
I would still, I don't know if our request generally is okay, or if it has to be a formal right to know or whatever, but I would like to know what the limitations are on canceling out the services.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
ask that, and also if the board, since, this is an area of concentration of everybody and a great concern, do you want to invite these organizations in again, like it was done last year, so you can do presentations and
Sure.
get them,
Yeah, no, they,
and let the budget committee know when they're gonna be here.
Yep.
Very good.
all right, thanks, Ernie.
Thank you.
All right, so moving forward down to welfare.
Okay, so this is another area. Where the budget's been gone down pretty radically based on the last meetings that we had. At this point, as I mentioned before, it looks like contracting out services for that. I have invited somebody to come in and talk to the select board at the next meeting, I believe October 5th, something to that effect. So that from the salaries and Social Security Medicare, it becomes a contract position. And you, of course, you see the different lines there and how they've been reduced. Electric, this is assistance for electric, gone from 6,000 to 3,000. Heat from 9,000 to 4,000. Rent and mortgage assistance from 25,000 down to 8,500. And then food and medical are down as well. Food from 1,000 to 300. Medical from 2,000 to 1,000. And then I think all the rest of them until the very last line item, miscellaneous. See, went from 2,500 to 750. And that cut total of $41,403 from that budget, which historically hasn't been very highly expended. Of course, we don't really know what's going to happen. There's been a lag on COVID. I do know that just in the last 4 days, I've had 4 inquiries on different things. I haven't actually gotten the applications back yet, so I'm not clear on what they're for at this point. But I will know that early next week. So, again, the social service area, is an area that could begin to tick up big time. We've seen unemployment numbers across the country, and I just don't know if that flag has not hit us yet with some of these things. And then we had the protection for being evicted was reinstated as long as tenants sign a particular document. Then they can't be evicted, but they still owe the money. So there is a relationship between Stratford County Community Action or Stratford Community Action Partnership, where if they come in at this point and get assistance that they can get from the town, then they use COVID-related funds to assist with others. So, we have that dynamic, and I think the question about whether we're going to lose any services as a result of budgeting zero is right on point. So I think that's great, and I think as you learn more moving forward on this one, that relationship between the outside agency's budget and this one will clarify.
Especially on the one you just mentioned,
Yep.
it's the Stratford cap, because again, that plays into the welfare piece of this, so that they don't have to come here to the town. So.
Well, and also, did we receive information from the community partners about helping with rent, mortgage as well?
Could we or have we?
I'm sorry?
Could we or have we?
No, I think we have. Haven't we received something that was gonna be available?
That was the Stratford County, it's Meals on Wheels. That was what that letter was. I think I passed that around last time.
I thought there was something
But
from community partners as well, but.
I may have gotten something recently, but I can check on that and make sure it gets distributed to everybody. But we'll work on getting those presentations from those folks so we know.
Okay.
So just a clarification point, you've eliminated the personnel of the position, but you still have office-related expenses, as in training, office supplies, postage, equipment, mileage. That wouldn't necessarily be adequate anymore if there's no personnel in the building to utilize those expenses, correct?
It's possible. I mean, some of the postage stuff, that's a small amount. I mean, I have done things by mail at this point, especially early on in COVID. Yeah, but that's a valid concern. So
And just
closer to all that.
to kind of reiterate for those that don't know, it doesn't matter if the welfare budget's dropped down to $0 by state statute, you must provide at any given cost.
Yep, point well taken. Any other questions on welfare?
No, and again, it was a combination of the two, so we're all
Yep.
set, I think.
Yeah, okay. Okay, moving along to economic development.
That's, you know, there wasn't any kind of specific, proposal. Chairman Woods of that budget, just said, you know, do what works for the town in terms of the budget. And so we just, reduced it by $996. Again, there are placeholders and all of that.
Okay, so that's down to 1504.
Yep.
Okay, any questions on that budget? Okay, debt service principles.
For the most part, these are from our, debt
Yeah, nothing.
schedules, and those, either way would increase the default line, because that's one of those expenses that you're allowed to carry forward the expense that it actually is. The one item in there, let's see, principal, you know, those are what they are, down under debt service interest. One of the areas that the select board cut, again, to get the number down below the default budget, was the unanticipated expenses, that had typically been carried from the amount of 18,000. They cut it down to 8,500. That's a total savings in that budget of $9,500, but of course the debt service interest is there and will remain what it is. And I think those are all of them. I mean, the other thing, I remember last year, we tried to do, a warrant articles for, anticipated expenses, the statute controls that. And of course, that did fail, but as part of that warrant article, it came forward to say if you did pass it, because I believe it was around, it was close to $30,000, that if that did pass, then this line item would reduce, down to $1 or $0 or whatever, because then you have that. And that, by statute, if you do that warrant article again, that's funded by unanticipated, or by fund balance. Unassigned fund balance is left over, and that has to be that way by the statute, if you use that way of doing the unanticipated expenses.
We didn't cover the treasurer one, right? I don't think.
That's
The
the
what?
only one I have open that's not been covered.
Treasurer,
Just wanted to
which
make
was
sure.
back up
Yeah,
further.
all
with
cover
the reason-
all.
Yeah.
Skipped one,
I did.
Andy.
Ah, shame
done
on,
yet.
shame on me.
And I honestly,
Okay.
I don't have any,
There's no changes to it, other than there was a mistake, I think, on originally for Medicare.
right.
Social Security.
Both of them, Social Security and Medicare, right?
Yeah.
FICA and, it was, and that's been corrected, so
Okay.
that was the difference between the default in 2020 and
My
this year's.
my only question would be the mileage and travel. The expenditure
I
doesn't
know.
have anything expended, and it's a $2,200
Yeah,
expense
they
line.
would- I think they-
That's a little.
Well, I think they do that at a one-time.
If you looked at last year, I don't think they spent
No.
squat on it last year. Although they did end up spending, they spent 92% of it last year, so.
Yeah,
I mean,
they do it
spent
as a
money.
one-time-
Yeah, they do it at the end.
Do they
Yeah.
go somewhere for,
Yeah,
They
to
go
the
back
bank
and forth to the
stuff,
bank and everything.
oh,
They
so
do.
it's just a one-time
Yeah,
Are,
they
project?
just-
do they not utilize the town vehicle?
No, no, they do not.
Well, there's not one available really to them, only certain days, cause we only have one here.
Right. Are they're not utilizing the one that
No.
is here for this building?
No.
It's being used more and more by
That's 2 days a week.
Yeah, I know,
I
the same.
think the hours
It would-
that
it would
they
cut.
do
Some of
Right,
it
and
would
the
help.
hours.
It would
Yeah.
cut a little.
And it might
We're
be
gonna-
at times.
I think the hours they go to the bank,
Usually after too.
yeah.
Well, then there's no one to conflict on the use of the vehicle at that point.
Oh, and
If they're coming here to pick up deposits, that they're in the building.
Go ahead, Larry.
I think, on that, you may have a newer information, that the clerk/treasurer are required to take funds, at a certain dollar accumulation amount. And if the town car is out, it does not matter if the town car is out, because statute requires those funds to be taken to the bank.
That's not too
Okay.
sure.
Any other questions about the treasurer? Okay, so moving along
Last
to,
one on the list.
so you did debt service interest?
Yeah,
Yep.
Okay, in the sewer?
right, no, I don't, Dale was unable to attend today, so I don't have,
We're just gonna need his updated, if we could get the updated part of it, it's not gonna impact what we have to do going forward, but it would be nice to have that information for the final part of the budget with the explanation, so we'll have something out there.
Yeah. The sewer is paid through user fees,
Right,
so,
yeah.
along like with the water district. So, I know his budget was up
There's some
10,000.
additional things that I think he's got, yeah, it's up a little over 10, but he's got some additional expenses from what I understand that may even add to this, right?
Mm-hmm,
And dealing with the liner and all that,
yeah,
so.
yeah, but that's all in capital improvement, it's all in
Yeah.
CIP, so.
Yeah. No, I understand.
Yeah, so any other questions on the budget?
Hey, if we could get it, any other questions, guys? Yeah,
Any
well,
other
like
questions?
Andy said, any other questions from the budget committee?
This time.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I will make a motion to adjourn, Selectmen.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, and from the budget committee, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn, I'll make the motion to adjourn.
I'll second it.
Peg seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Thank you for everything today, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
I didn't figure it out.
Oh, when you're young, girl, come on. A baby.
We're still on.
Yes. Oh, okay, I would have been dead for time. If I did not go to the bathroom, I would have like, hey,
Okay.
it was up too
I
early.
gotta talk with Julius about our meeting.
Hey, nice furniture you got down there, Mikey. Thank you. Oh.
Hey, Julius? Can you